Imagine fresh local rice. We get fine color and sweet aroma. Na all man import. Imagine the money where we farmer them go make. Then imagine how this go help we economy and go better with country tomorrow. Let we support we own farmer them. Where you buy local rice, you dey feed your family and you dey make Salon better. This message is brought to you by the Regional Rice Value Chain Project and its funding partners, supporting farmers, feeding Sierra Leone.
Yes, indeed, Famble, Kush and Cabo. Kush to all Sierra Leoneans, and welcome to, of course, this edition of Go Salon. The program where they look into agriculture, food security, and self-national development. As always, this project, they meet you courtesy of the Regional Rice Value Chain Development Project, we plenty people call RRVCP for short. And they come to you, of course, for help, not just farmers, but generally the general population to understand how and what we need for, of course, for ensure we go more rest and make sure farming generally help for build Salon. Remember, Salon still reaches that level we have for reach in terms of agriculture, but definitely stakeholders within various sectors don't they put efforts in place, and with the government through a lot of projects like one way at the RVCP for series for let the required transformation take place in agriculture. Mina Samuel Ibrahim Korowan, this na the Go Salon program. Inside the program today, we can talk small, but one important topic we get for do is how the nation, how we get for work as a country for say we reduce rice importation at the country. Remember, rice now one pan is country in staple food them. And so for that reason, today we talk to somebody we, of course, they wear many hats, but in this capacity, they are as the president for the Federation of Climate Action na the country. His name na Edmond Abu. Edmond, Kush and Cabo na this program.
Thank you very much, Samuel.
You don't listen to the topic. One we extremely important. The fact is, rice now we key staple food in our Sierra Leone. The topic now how and what we for do for reduce rice importation in the country. First off, they follow economics and many other things, and the economics of agriculture, so to speak. First off, try for help to understand. What's if you say Salon Day in terms of rice business?
Okay. So Fambulen, firstly, I want to tell the. John like we say, I wear many hats. I did into many things. You go to Parliament, I head the Parliament and CSO network. I head so many networks them. So the farmers, they will get what to call the Parliament and we get what to call Federation of Climate Action and Food Security. We initiative we born out of reforesting. But already me not be farmer. I think I always say me not Funtoba farmer. I be don't do farming for all this while. Me a native person, I don't do farming. I stopped for implement with Ministry of Agriculture because of late seedlings, late supply of fertilizer and all, and the bad name be the Panam. So from the days of the APC under Neskuma, I stopped because I don't forget bad names. Some of who name too big. So come 2020, President Bill out an initiative. Maybe Santiago will say this, because plenty man don't know. I used to say look a bit stone. Because of the Matome, when I see what happened at Matome and so many other places, because of the effect of the climate change, cutting down of trees, firewood, timber logging. So Kenya count and Nigeria for plant 50 million trees. Other countries they count and so President Bio count and Nigeria then call for plant 5 million trees in 5 years. So the initiative starts in 2020. So they recruit about 200 farmers. So from 2020. From it of 2021, now be one year, they give farmers them subvention. Say if you plant 10,000, they give 100 million. If you plant 220,000 trees, what's the economic trees? Those are not cash crop, because we already do cash crop too. You know the difference between cash crop that we plant the corn inside for 5 months, inside 2 3 months you harvest. This now economic trees for reforest the environment. But what we can do, Samuel, we already do most of when our farmers and CSOs, we do cash crop. So we do what we call intercropping. Anybody who did farming knows it's intercropping. So, like for instance, I get farm na Bo district, I get farm na Potloko district, I get farm na Moyamba district. include the bonds at the farm at 4 different districts. So, so I want to tell the Minister of Environment, thank you, and I want to tell the members then when they elect me as the president. So between 2020, 2022 for me to 2023, Bokuma fall, Bokuma not be performed. Well,
including you?
No, me, of course I perform. But the 200, come 2022, for me to 2023, the one way they mingi, na be something like about only 125 farmers. So that 125 then continue. So after by 2024, now last year, the we perform now be something like about 80. So the federation we don't register, we deal with the operate. Now let's come to the problem.
Well, you say on the intercop. Which one have been intercop with? Like
now, so it can be granite res. Me I be the plant granite res. I did do the veg. For instance, society when I swamp area, I did do veg na the sideline. So now for lentin and normal for like help the farmers because some of them will go for pay, they will go for keep some of them farmers there also. So for instance, lots of time I don't give me contract. Edmond can plant 10,000 cashew. I go take for instance like I take like let's say 30 hectares of land. Within a hectare like football field, like I always describe for people who don't understand. Like we say stadium, 11 and then 1 hectare down there. So we take down this until like in 30. So in a big place. You understand? So it's a big enough. And mark you, don't say that cashew the plant, moringa, or any of let's say orange or any of them permanent crop the way they take, where they reforest. Because mark you, when they don't cut most of them because of timber logging for fire coal, charcoal. So waiting native consultation, what we do, we take the lead for advocacy. When I left for the cut down trees, please, because it's dangerous. So Boko people them decide they will be the operate, they be don't stop. You know, we find alternative livelihood for them. So the Minister of Environment say be okay with that thing there. So first, second, now the problem will be the face, now that one. Ideally, farming, you get calendar. Every farmer knows that. All over the world, whether in China, farmer get calendar. If you for plants or if for brush, May, June, July, we in season. The most we know to mechanize. You understand? If not mechanized, then now you the canal the water for lake and water. This not to mechanize. This now subsistent, if you like. This now man. So what will be the farm? The Minister of Environment they supply give the seedlings quick. But maybe they sell. Myself get I get nursery. And they supply, they sell. In fact, for the past 5 years, the farmer go shock you for letting us know that nursery don't keep me staff and even for pay me office. Now Freetown, me office na bo me. You understand? And so farming is good. So they advise people for going to farming, not to just for dinner tongue no more. For tell you say there is benefit behind it. Because for instance, somebody they go take contact at government, say okay, for 1 tree it costs 3,000. 3,000 we can buy to we the supply them at 2,000 or 1,500. So okay, Edmond, native consultant one, they buy for you these trees, almost 50,000 trees. Then we negotiate, put transport aside. So this is how some of we don't survive. You understand? So now, for come to the question now. The question is, what do Salon for do? So firstly, let's describe the problem first. My background is finance and economics. Everybody knows that. And I don't do agriculture as in like in academic field. But the problem here is Africa. Lord take in Africa. Africa they import something like about $4 billion. No, $6 billion dollars worth of rice importation. We hardly do intertrade to ourselves. Some of the rest of the buy in Pakistan, China. So let family understand. So for that 4 billion, West Africa they import 2/3. So West Africa they import. You can quote me on this. $4 billion worth of rice now they import. Now West Africa. So of Africa, West Africa they import more rice than any other part of Africa. Then for the West Africa back, Salon. Now they consume the highest. So meaning we per capita consumption at Salon is so high that the average Sierra Leonean they eat something like about 131 kilos, something like average Sierra Leonean, meaning big or small, they eat 3 bags rice a year, which is not good. So let's take the problem first. Let's describe the problem first about our rights, our appetite. So we appetite for rice so high. Now, me so tell the Samuel go eat fufu, go eat this. He say once he say Samuel no eat it too. So that one enough for challenge. That should be our conversation. So Africa, our per capita consumption for rice. I don't tell you the problem. The average Sierra Leone, they eat 3 bag rice a year. And these are the implications, Samuel.
But one goes say at this moment, a lot of strives then the way governments and private sector players they don't put in place, but the problem still remain the same. What's how you say the problem?
Yes, well, not importation, no problem. And if we can contextualize so firstly, we describe the problem. Law on that, because if you don't know the problem, you get the solution.
So what's the problem there?
So I don't show you the problem for say we eating habit first, it's very high. I'd also tell you give out of research. You understand? Say Salon what's a per capita? Like we put one Senegalese na ya. Not by population, no. You put one Ghana man, you put one Nigerian man, you put one Cameroonian. Say let them eat bar for 1 week. You find out say the Sierra Leone and you appetite for it. Now you call the per capita consumption. In for rest, it fever like say for rest, it torment. So let's have that. So waiting at the implication, the number one implication to the economy, would they lose a lot? You understand? How? You dey find out say we dey lose something like about CTC number would give them something like about $199 million annually for you guys importation. And we dey lose something like we economy they lose something like about $250 million annually on rice. So imagine no more say we know the import rice, we don't cut down. Let's say Feed Salon succeed. The Tomabom, the Bondapi, the Rokupur, all the 5 rice clusters, all the fire, all the plug, then you don't meaning you don't meaning the government don't gain to like $200 million on forex reserve. So on the macro part, now effect done. Now let's come to the household part, the effect on the household. Most of these rice already come from Bolem, and then they try for discourage you now. They are now substandard rice. Samuel, you don't ever wonder why make you find out say picking the day 24 years now, they say get high blood pressure, 30 years. The thing they will be the come up, you understand? Now post we don't pass 50, 60. But now, the pressure, you know why? Because most of these rice are substandard rice. And they get high cholesterol. Unlike with local rice, we get lesser cholesterol. It's not too harmful. Now make you find out say diabetes don't plenty. Now make you find out say high blood pressure, it don't plenty. We see man not make like it 45. These are the effects of importing rice. So now we know the problem first. So the number 2 issue now, I don't tell you the macro, I don't tell you the household, health, medically. So the population not too healthy. Because we help other people the economy. So I imagine almost in a Samuel Edmonabu 9 government be higher. Or na me get rest, who say na me the supply prison, the military, the soldier. I get that you don't already empower me, and then you don't kill importation.
Now, aside from the angle you look at them, one go also to think of the aspect of research. Now, many farmers where you engage will tell you say, waiting and getting at them feel na grains, and these are not seeds. We don't make the amount of output per hectares remain extremely low. For farmer where they operate na the Gambia, Ghana, in other countries they tell you say something and they get 4 tons per hectare, 5 tons, 6, 7 tons per hectare. Whereas una way na farmer na side will continue for there around 1 and 1.5 tons per hectare. Invest more and get little capital. We don't drive many farmers away. What if you see need for it?
Well, because we need the doctor we sit there well. You see, you remember the last program we all go, this how you call ourselves, they are already the doctor the seeds, where now they deal with seeds, you understand? For instance, when you find out say during the 90s, we find out say banga, pass you claim up banga before ever you cut her. So later then they go to lab.
They go do then do half banga then.
They go do half banga way to say as it makes woman self can cut banga. Now lab did the creator. When I be the study in Canada, we go to called sperm bank. Now you see woman they go say I want this kind of picking. How the picking for look like? If for tall, it get here. So they put on a lab and create that picking day and that kind day. You understand? So in fact, ask any bokuma with there. So they let God have mercy some of we. You go say, see this kind man, yes, Edmond look handsome, but he's short. But I want Edmond in kind face. But make a late all. So they doctor them. So now so agriculture self, they doctor the seeds for like a producer 2 months, 3 months. So if they talk about seeds, now so seeds themselves turn, unlike the other. So we scientists them. Now they force to forget and right. Take for instance, we say, okay, You find out say the farm who me to do used to now rain season, dry season. When start we don't begin brush the farm April, May, June, July. Then we begin harvest December. In fact, I remember in the 80s, there was one Christmas abo. They say increase, but look the kind of Christmas. And you don't go car, you come to rest from village, you can't sell they go gari na village. He said, who's crazy the way past that? It make a lot of sense. Because you know why? By January, February, the rest don't done. The rest don't put up the farm house. Man, they don't sell. Before they say March, April, angry don't come. Before they say make like June now, June, July, now angry now. So the rest they will want, well, of course they produce the rest then they now rest them, now seeds them if you like, with it now 3 months seeds, 2 months. But do we have the right infrastructure for like law mechanize more, law canal more, look at all the rice clusters? Because what they talk about this food self-sufficiency, nothing they will go for do with the mechanized farming, no. Not to that kind of Fontoba farm where Edmond they do. No.
But Edmond again, the researcher then will tell you, say, don't work over time. They say the problem remains with sooner the farmers them, when they find it very hard for you to handle, say particularly like rice seed.
No.
When they find it difficult for handle.
No, that's not one.
Because
Access to market.
Own harvest, now pada on harvest, and I can just take any kind of seed and can put and say for next season. When in actual fact, some tendency they don't go take no productive. Before you remember, I don't spoil the seed.
No. Now, by 1980, Salon gets full self-sufficiency. We believe they export rice. What's going to be the situation? Because we find out so rice close and be the work. Mangi bide, urukupur bide,
Tomabo,
great scarcity. Now the canal water there for supply. So not like rain season, they produce like 2-3 times a year. You understand? You get Sewa, River Moa, you get the Bundapi, you get so then one day then be the canal. Now huge capital project. When you come on the back again, you get to look at marketing, packaging. You get to need the media. You get to need people like CTC, the marketers, distribution, access to market. Take for instance, for Komobo, for go Bunda, for go Tomabu. The road is so bad. If you left Bo for come Freetown, so tell you they reach Freetown before you reach na Tomabu. Why? Because we still not prepare it. We need to prepare. We still not prepare it because the access to market, the distribution part, we need to discuss that one day back again.
Plenty thing the way the farmers they don't do over time. But another problem we seem very visible we make me this eat to when I say the farmer you eat your rest one of the plants.
In fact, that's not the biggest question and they will for the ask yourself. When at the farm, me mama will born me, if they talk say like I don't work out the country, yes, I don't count for look at it. He said the rest the volunteer in month. So Samuel, the prescription, the magic bullet, the silver bullet, for all do justice to Salon and these subjects, we'll go for try for do mass and I'd always say this, Ministry of Agriculture, the government get for put fire, put media around the dangers of eating white rice. And let people see look at what I don't do today. And what I try for do, now for let people know say, the country yes, low land for it, and some man will eat country for 2 weeks. Actually, that's good. That's bad. So we eat in appetite. Now we need for recalibrate.
Edmond, continue for with the program. Na go Salon and me na Samuel Ibrahim Kroma. And of course, Edmond still in the studio. We talk on this all important topic. We now go see ways for reduce rice importation. Now the country we go for a short break and we come back. We continue with this program.
Every season, I dey work from early morning at this farm. I dey sweat there. But look the rest where they come out bar. Small harvest. But younger look your own farm bar. You harvest boko. Tell me ba, my sister, what's in your secret?
Not so secret, Philip. This is simple. Na smart farming.
What do you mean? You mean say I know they use made pan this work?
No, Bo, not so that I mean. Smart farming just means say you dey do the right thing wey go make you harvest fine. Like the first thing when I for use better seed them for plants. Then go fine and quick back. Then when you plant, you for make sure say you space them fine. So they don't go too choke and they will get space for grow.
Oh, yes, that makes sense. Now than they no more. Waiting again for double. I really want let me harvest come out fine like you own.
Well, you for manage the water back. Where you the water you farm, you know for just turn am anyhow. you for make sure say all side get enough water. Then I be wan tell you today we been dey born bushianda na that land for make farm. That's not fine at all for the soil because it dey spoil all the thing dem na the dirty wey go make you farm comot fine. And you no for use chemical, you for use organic fertilizer wey natural. That go make you rest comot fine.
Yeah, so all this thing are the wrong thing I been on the do. I really not been the use made pan this work so. Young outside pull the sense.
Now one project we name Regional Rice Value Chain Project (RRVCP). Now them can talk to we the farmer then give we seed them, fertilizer, and then show we waiting we for do for make we farm come out fine.
Thank you, Yanga. Me self don't learn smart farming today. I go do all what you don't show me for make me own harvest come out better.
Welcome back. You still, of course, listen to the Go Silent program where they come to the courtesy of the RVCP, where plenty of people they call Regionalized Value Chain Development Projects. Me and Samuel, Ibrahim, Kuroma, and still get everyone aboard. Edmond, before we go for that short break, I'll be asked for ask a question around the fact that then rice bowl them at the country, Tomabo, Cambia, Mambol, and other parts. We see year round farmers in the pool bokures. Most of the rest then they look in, they come to Salon market, they go Guinea market. How you feel so you can curtail sales?
If I not only Guinea market, some it's the rotten at the, like you look at go to my boom now, some they left na the farm because waiting a supply. So supply chain is any network that move any product service from one point to another. Now the supply chain, see we talk about supply chain. If you would for instance, Tomabom, for instance, it's so bad. How you pull the rice milling for? Okay, you don't plant, but for harvest the rice harvesting machine. Me not to say that they say I don't go to Tomabom, one not to plenty times. Some of the if they get this thing they call youth rice farm, then they say most of the rest they left at the farm. They plant, but he left. How can this rice come to the market? It's another thing. The second question, now no lose sight of this one. Our eating habits, we appetite for rest. We really get for do, governments get for really do a whole lot on the media for let people understand, say this white rice, now sweet poison. It don't kill so many. It make the population not healthy. It make we get a population way. So let people move to we own local rice, we get less cholesterol, we know they kill, we're not too deadly. You understand? So that's one. Then the other thing, because if we not get that, I don't tell you appetites. I don't describe you Salomon appetite for rest. And this appetite and I saw it in America back home. It like rest. So let people know say, now sweet poison they eat. Not to say you need to eat rest, but imagine, Samuel, money you eat rest, Sante eat rest, net you eat rest. Eat rest like 2 or 1 day. Then you begin diversify your appetite. It go better for the country. Then at least we know say, okay, not to just rice no more. What about yam? What I've seen and the way they make the body, the way they give yam to the body. So when we do that, then you can of course finance.
I think this will form part of the 3 key steps that FCC wants for advice.
Of course, but I really want deal on. I really want deal on this. Well, not to me want deal, but the media, not to just. The media is our responsibility for Lord really tell this land. Lord really tell to the people. Not to government in thing no more. If you left on a government here, government cannot handle this. Let us look at the hazard. Let's look at the health implication around for its money internet. For change them. Because once you begin reduce down then the other thing, now look at what they happen at the market. So I don't know if you study. I give this assignment. Government don't put the guys down from 900 to 700. Retail price and still they sell at the same. Which is dangerous. For me, at Native Consortium, we find that very disturbing. If government don't put the price, we know for the past 20 years, we know me work on consumer protection as a watchdog. You understand? As one of the leading watchdog in Africa. If government don't put the price down from 900, 920, or 800 to 7, they still sell at 500, 5,000 loans for crop. No, bro. So government and the Ministry of Trade get for also look at that side for monitor the markets. Like they talk people know about water, about fuel. Because if we not get this right, then for instance, we fought in Parliament for let government give waiver, subvention, and tax break on rice importation, but it didn't reflect. The importer still they I say the waiver they go for them, they go for we. So these are the problems.
With the council con is it rice production and also rice cultivation and similarly so the pricing. Mind you, over time, quite sincerely, we see governments through Master Sabi people pull reports we get for the pricing of rice, particularly in the country. I mean, parboiled rice. Price come down, and from according to the analogy, now for series for the local farmers, they will get money in their pocket. Now the student gets, of course, a very fine guest so they can understand the mathematics behind same. Edmond Abu, as always, welcome to the program, and I want to say to you, Kush and Cabo.
Thank you.
Edmond, let me look inside this topic. I don't get a lot of debates. Rice cultivation, specifically, and the pricing of we local commodities, particularly so rice. Recently, we see governments make a move for bringing down the price of parboiled rice. And imported parboiled rice come down. And the price of we own rice to the police in our country still remains the same. Then get the idea behind that. But as a farmer, what you can say with regards the move? Is it at your disadvantage or is it at the disadvantage of
it depends. I don't think say the disadvantage. Let we accept first say, and make I don't first like I don't go na the statistics that we per capita consumption for rice is up. And I can tell you say the average Sierra Leone, I don't give me your mama. You understand? You see okay, they got boy them. We they guys see beaucoup na me month. Imagine this number, but they will not able afford. They manage money no more. They not able for it white, so it continues for 1 month. Beaucoup man, what mean consistently?
But continuous you go pan cook expensive, man.
Yeah, it's expensive because of the processing and packaging.
You man not able to buy continuous no more, so
no, well, yeah. So now, so the thing we go for put out there to the public, people don't understand for say the continuous healthy, it give you long life.
Very much.
Then the law put on, and then we also go for understand say like we that if I can at this studio not talk about the consumer protection side, we say government don't try for like rice candle, and then yes, it still remain as 5 as then if they sell and cup, reflect it, then that's they're not what about the talk now. So let government understand say as much as when they don't try for make for like rice candle, but yes, still it will side, and that not the disadvantage local farmers in any way.
How?
Fine, it's simple. Continuous na continuous. Whether okay, make like you put the yes, let continuous can 500. Let the imported rice go 1 million. So man they still go for the imported rice because now appetite default. You understand? I don't know if you get this point. Now, Lord said the continuous is cheap past the, so man they still go for that. I don't tell me my experience. So now we begin change the discussion. Say, when I go in for the continuous, we less harmful, again less cholesterol, and then let's stop for it. So don't get that conversation on one. So then you come out to the issue of why it's expensive. I don't know if I stand to be corrected. Why may it go be expensive? Well, it will be expensive because, mark you, this, we need to do more of mechanized. We're not today mechanized farming. So that farmer, what they produce na selling, you understand? We for like convert that guys, they take to that harvesting, take for can packaging, then take for can reach to distribution of markets. It's very challenging. For instance, I get one say outside the farm, Bien Mandu. This now like Bo district, Bien Mandu. When the Ministry of Environment go, they want them. This place so far because for commodity for Cambo, so like 25 miles. So now the highway for Kana, I call them for Kana, for link to the north. Now but you get for go inside back. So and yonder we get land, we get very arable land when them bully land, where it flat, but how for access? So access to market is another issue. Access to market. So to that farmer they make like they do that in farming for bring and cut to the market, it cost them more. So no, I need to justify why make it the expensive. I'm talking of no more the supply chain, the packaging, the processing, to the package, till it can reach to the market, it cost them money more than normally just the ship no more that rice from Pakistan or India or from any China for Kautan also. So they make their own rice in much more cheaper. Now, how will make a follow be cheaper? Except to go into mechanize. There's no two theory to that. Because before the 1980, before the economy begin collapse, now they will be the export rice. Because all rice clusters, they may work. If I now get 7 rice clusters, them, where they all get big river, the way the canal come, and then for the produce, not like that, we all the seasonal. This you for produce like 3 times. The output, the yield, water, you for produce like 3 times in a year.
Because even as today now, these farms are not irrigated, man.
That's the problem. So until we mechanize, we irrigate, we canal them water then they. So they tell them when at dry season, if they able for water they waiting. So then again, I tell you about the scientists them, local scientists them. They for make rice, the seeds them where they produce like 3 months. So every 3 months. So inside 3 months, you don't produce like 3 times. Now they Ivy Coast then. Imagine Ivy Coast, where they say Rice Africa, now they get the biggest. The man will be the master sabi people in Sierra Leone and Najala they study. You go to Kenya, go to Nigeria, the master sabi yes man there, Najala they study. They are winning the guess we own right. The Rice Africa they boake na Ivy Coast. I don't go there. The guy be the Eda na Sierra Leone. So let we say guess we own right. And until we get standing right, my brother, we'll go continue for the import.
Edmond, you talk on linking farmers to the market. Over time, we don't see several efforts done daily. You mentioned the farmers, them really do well in them farms. You see, for Komobo can Freetown from both to Tomabo, you compare the two. How you think, say, that farmer will make money, taking into cognizance all of those hurdles, taking your produce from all the way to Tomabo?
Well, let me tell you, I just don't give practical example. Now, for Komo Koribondo,
so help me with a practical solution.
Fine. So make the go then. Let the go. Let get link. Where they link the farmers to the city, to the main cities. I don't tell you about Bundapi. I need to tell you about like Mangi in the near. You understand? Eh? At the top of Bundapi, now the big rice hub them. Talk about the Bundapi. Talk about the how you call them Tomabum.
Government tell us as we speak, then don't procure land and craft them for the Bundapi and many other areas, even Samu. Then get land in craft today now they help the farmers and for pull the rest them from the cereals and carry them at the dry land. You don't think at least
which is good. This is na side for stop. That's that. But how much now what's magic with this don't play? Because like you say, you say the local rice still there. We forget to that point to say the local rice will be cheaper than the imported rice. So we need to do more of that. We'll rice clusters them. We forget to a point to say, like for instance, I tell you like Mugabe. Mugabe now one of the biggest farmers them. They go to they reach a point and ban the importation of cow. You understand? Eh? It's importation of milk because they able to produce it. We forget to also for ban the importation of eggs. Therefore banner. Because so you go able for give with your own local. So we say for don't reach to the point to say, in fact, to begin put big tariff per import. But we don't know able which date. Now I disagree with the Minister of Finance that they put high tariff duty on. We cannot help it. Take for instance, what did I put Donald Trump? Donald Trump put tariff them per export, per product they come out. But how much you go for bring some of them factory cows back to America? Not to 1 year, not to 2 years, not to 3 year business. So we have to get it right. Let me find out say when it count in tariff policy, it means now you don't begin get exemptions. You see, you don't begin say no phone no day, this no day. So when you handle things like tariff, importation, incentive, access to market, you go for America. Donald Trump will go America first. So they look up Salon first, Salon product first, we own first. You go to Ghana, they say Ghana market is for Ghanaians. So how can we make Salon market for Sierra Leoneans?
The program we listen to na Go Salon and they come to you at this fine frequency. At this moment, let me sit back and then listen to farmers as to waiting and give us with regards to, of course, the aforesaid issue.
I'm in a Camara, at the Cambia district, Samu Kashiri town, in a master farmer, female. The RSBCP, the help where they help we. First, they can still rest for we the farmer them. They can help we. They can fertilizer for we the farmer them. They so out the rest meal for the farmer them. Let us the rest they not get stone. We will get some every day. The incubator all day. For we the farmer they long no eat stone again. We get some. In a mangrove we get machine all day. Anything a labor we dey work with. So if you were there for help for machine business, That time they with the farmer there, you go get collapse small. But now anything, you go fail work man. If you machine there with the woman them, where they empower we, now we work bang bang, and we will succeed back. They help with the time. That time they now, if now money they get for help with the farmer there, where they give you the money earlier for help the farmer them, we go able to do it for do earlier. Because the farming a calendar. If the time done, you know you move again. I'll accept you go up, you can down. They miss the time. Now you make you miss those. It is fertilizer way they count. They count now, the rain don't cease. We send up our rest there now, they knock again. So grass now you come rest fine, but rest not better again. So now the time then they work with. When they work with the time, they were able to help we self succeed with the farmer them.
Mina Chief Adikali Hassan Toure.
And then parfois des socio Bangura.
Adena Kasiri. Usa we de so. I'm a hometown.
Samun Chiefdom. Cambia District.
Me na the chiefdom's speaker. We they act on behalf of the paramount chief and the entire chiefdom. I also happen to be the chairman of the regional rice value chain for the whole of this chiefdom. The farming process I inherit them, as I tell you, I born Isam. Regional rice value chain from its inception as an institution of this country. Now don't deal with them.
Wait a small that then can learn plenty things.
Initially, the first stage, I get knowledge from the workshops they would invite you before we start the work. So after them, series of knowledges and day training and day, they begin supply with agricultural input. We for work with to me and together with all the membership of the regional rice value chain. We cover a cross section of farmers in this chiefdom. You know, where you do something with knowledge, appropriate knowledge. You get the appropriate result, unlike where the work we not get knowledge. Regional rice value chain and give you knowledge, as I rightly tell you. Then give you knowledge, what you they do before you plant, how you they plant, then what you they get, how you go manage them for let it benefit you and your family. So we get advantage with the regional rice value chain. We they experience natural disaster due to the climate change. We not to the control of any other person. Climate change, here before the last to be experienced change of weather. We've been get a heavy sun. Then this past rain season, the rains and cast so heavy that it therefore caused some flood. And the flood, it destroyed plenty rests. It destroyed plenty areas. So after the flood and not able to combat them, some people then try now for let them able to subsidize, let them do replacement of the planting where they don't lose. All of a sudden, after the replacement and they not to take the rain just cut automatic. We don't give it another disaster and the harvest. The rice then be a fine, but majority of them be empty. So this now an example of what is you see as rice, but very empty, nothing on the inside. So you can verify them. Let yourself see them for yourself. Majority of the rice then as we come out. You see the plant, but nothing not there. So this now in the main tag, and in our main problem now we will face. Now we get for it from this. We get debt then for pay from this. Even certain supply that we then give, we will get for replace like fertilizer. How we go able to do them? This will not go take this for make repayment. Because they not get nothing. So this is a very big challenge for we as at now we dey face. So we know say this not to nobody making, a natural disaster.
So the question is, Edmond, how you think say government will make the price of we local rice competitive?
That's
to
it.
That of the imported.
You not get no other competition. You not get no other two-way. Just make it cheap. One. Two, try for make let people understand say the local rice is healthy for her than the imported rice. When you invite me, that premise me argument first. For tell people and say the local rice is dangerous. And it real not to
Say the imported rice.
the imported rice. Not because of me a farmer, I tell for discourage you know eat the imported rice. No, sometimes somebody go say Edmond because you talk so you call you well. No, that's not the point. This now master sabi medical people. This now doctor. They may not to doctor. They say no, it gets high cholesterol. I don't give you the medical part. Then if anybody can watch how the country day, you find out say get more diabetes cases now. You get more high blood pressure cases that even young people they seek high blood pressure. Why? Because of too many cholesterol. So go forget, Lord define that for Lord really make it clear. Unlike the local guests. So if we begin getting conversation in this, then say, we'll begin change our eating habit, appetite.
You mentioned at some point in time say huge amount in form of currency they go into rice importation.
$250 million.
Now
They lose.
They go into rice importation. Most of importers of
you
rice.
can check down with central bank. Imagine
Edmond quickly.
the CTC loan at 160 million.
Edmond, quick one. You think the government for look at ways for encourage those private sector players, those big importers, for begin cultivate rice in the country instead of them spending that money firstly, and secondly, which form of regulation you think the government will bring in?
Good question. Good question. For instance, CTC the converter as the marketer now. In the go into production because this is not channel of distribution. This is not supply chain.
Converter as marketer for local farmers.
Yes. No. Now in the distribute. For instance, you don't produce the rice. You know, because at the end of the day, CTC said no one forgot. CTC, for instance, no one forgot out of business. So you convert CTC as the marketer. Now they bring the rest from yonder, they bring cut to the market. They don't get a job. But if you make like say, oh no, now forget CTC off, they undermine you. So you convert CTC, online distribution, then how you call them PC and Sons or whatever. All then one the way things say that they go buy and sell. You convert the online into marketers and distributors. Because this is not the supply chain. So all man they know say, okay, yes, we they get. But if you say no more, if you want to do another at one point, you need to work. And because you're not even able to take care of the appetite eat first. So it's going to be feed salon, not to this fire brigade feed salon what they say. Because I see too many, feed, the hype there around them. You understand? Certain things they don't need for really make let people and get understand. Say one, the local rice is healthy for you. Begin eater. We begin make the people understand. They would have for talker. Let's get doctors where they can talk. Because Edmond not to doctor. If Edmond talker, you know go believe. Let we get doctor them where they can tell we about the dangers, about the cholesterol, all that thing. Then from there, the economic side now we can discuss them. Look at which government they spend. I can give one instance. Take for instance Dangote. Dangote spent $20 billion on a refinery. Now between the crude and the refine. What in government do? The government between Dangote and the government now in naira they transact. So government no need, the Nigerian government don't save huge millions of dollars. So they pay Dangote in dollar. They pay in naira. So you see the economic gain on the whole thing. So if we begin get that thing in the also they get to rice clusters and right, not to them small farming. The small farmers you need for empower we. But then cluster they are tell you about so. Then 5 clusters there also. Now they really need for empower. When you empower them, they can convert we all. We all can get even the media get a role for play. The packaging, the this and that, all anything all man can get your role where they play side.
Essentially on a monthly basis, government they put beaucoup money per rice for supply the 4 system of the country. Over time, farmers don't declare more say government need for see a change in that narrative. In other words, I mean government for series for begin buy to them. The fee say they go able work out, taking into account the capacity of the farmers them in
I think say me na one of the first posts we start that conversation na SLBC and AYV something like 7 years.
So can government be a big customer?
No, for like you help the local.
I mean, yes,
for
customer
prisons.
for buy from.
For prison. For take for instance prison.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Well, now this will they say how do and come out to the program where use. The program they make you know different way they happen all about the country. Only way they are the country. Once on a can't they watch the program and say chance for the phone no for take part in the program. Only way they are other country as far as some na this so we will get the same chance for take part in the program where use.
And the only way for do that and for watch my television, the number where they see 076 or 031812174. You go send me message there and we go read that inside the program.
And it will be your voice.
My voice.
And inside the program, I will not say more of still the big government. The government will turn attention to them. May life go better for the people that we tap now. More of the Eastern part inside Freetown. We say we so get our plate. MV my area ferry manager. Don't blow your mind to this program. He say the moment dirty where they go na the sea, they ambog inside the ferry, they walk out for go up and down. You go say we so talk to we for make una know the ferry in operation every now and again. Together they do business na Model School Junction and around Tawail na the central part inside Freetown. The big government, the government go find other side there for do their business because they say Salon authority don't go broke, they market stable and back for them. Who side they want for go now? We know everything they say. And self, we're going to say one organization when the Sickle Cell Research and Advocacy Initiative don't come together and remember this year I own Sickle Cell Day. What did this organization do? Keep me company and so you go know. All wait here, I don't tell you so, plus other one they self, one no hint about it, all line up in the program we use. But we can tell you say, you self to get a chance for send yourself what you have for send no, send you video clip to we. Video clip for team where they happy in a area where you know say in newsworthy. The government will know or one with that people their organization all that one day because SLBC say me voice, you say your voice. And where they present the program, my name is Raymond Fox and me Ankona.
I'm not a side saying my name.
Well, we can take a break after which we will continue the program we use.
Take your bank along with you everywhere you go. No need to stress when you don't have cash on you. With Mion FLCB Visa debit card, you're able to access your money, pay for goods and services, shop and send money online via ATM and POS devices in Sierra Leone and worldwide. It is convenient, secure and easy. SLCB, delivering value.
Welcome back. Now, so they start the program fine one. Well, people are wait up now more community in the eastern part of Freetown. They call on government for arresting the way they are burden at the community, as they say with the inside the rain season now. Till the Williams be reach at the community and bring this wire come for we.
You talk to Muaf community man, the name of Manika Bangura. Thank God for giving me this opportunity for express the view and Muaf view towards this problem. The rain, of course, not a new thing to we. We as a community would not try our best, but we know able to do more extreme for go further for level able to stop disaster. We'll get for camp. Mind you, we get man-made disaster, we get natural disaster. And as far as we have concerned, the man-made disaster na imboku. What are the type of say it is? We get this gutter who come all the way from Bay Road Party Street. All people and they deposit dirty from Bombay, Gal Street, Oldfield Street, Eastern Street. All that dirty they during the dry season, they can stock na the gutter. So water no dey pass is stock. So when it's stock, open, the balance they go na people like us. Every year we work from first week October, we don't start for work as a community. But we not get the resources for build the material, the tools there for work. So then they can be extreme. But we they do we only little, but we don't try for complain and the people who are responsible, the institution who are responsible for them go to business here will not say action. So we say just sit down no more now, we say we able to do only a bit. We do them with the community to them. So now no more. Well, like I tell you earlier, from October, first week we start for this gutter as community level. If you see this year, you may cancel, you see the dirty, it look less so. Doing the effort through the young man and the work for the past 3 months to 4 months, now make it so. So the half dot will be left now, this will get this 2 rain, they will come flush up. But before that day they happen, people are not suffer a lot in this community.
Alright, still na more of community, who don't go there, one for city now. What akpata eggs on side inside more of community, then like a trap for send person go down before in time. Waiting as stone they still do day, and if for commodity, well till they them to go look if the stone still there, now this will income.
They will be coming. But normally the areas that we see so far so good, what have been the camp as far as the what have been the heat the place, so the place in the pot, the candle. Then after some time, people then take to them leave, they begin the bank, go on bank. But the area, most of the time where rains can be serious. The area the pots, apart from the water we know the can again, serious rain will even make the water, the pots, the candle, the candle. Then if now any populated area where at least their pots they can pot, it will cause accident most of the time. So all the time, yeah, personally, yeah, it can be anything it can be. You see, but you can talk, but you know, everybody wants shelter. Even though we did do best, but then he always they say, hey, now we get time for sleep, now we get time for bed, this time. But at least now look of the life. The life is very important. Because if you don't think of the life, like how would they help you so? Oh, but at least they cut the be every year. We need proper government for put on. Because what you do? We can say, let's demolish this, but you can't do it by yourself. Because the owners of the land, they can always feel aggrieved, they can always feel offended. Say, you don't can pull malicious damage or anything. But when they see the risk is there. we are at a risk. We lives and they are at a risk. Really. Well, we can talk to the landowners then. For there we able put iron there, so that if the court be, let the stone no pass to meet the people there. That they can accept me, but for say demolish, they not agree.
It's really heavy. Where Krioma say heavy. You see the kind of way how the stone hang on the place.
I don't tell the show more. We still the show that's a part of the way still hang so we are. But you happy tomorrow, Bambai. Good for you. That stone that move. Now like a trap for send passing go down before in term. Would are responsible that they can fit make you wear one time.
Maybe you are big on a toy and before that thing go happen. But we push the program go before. The manager for MV Mara Ferry don't talk about the bomb.t. We don't take all over the water and say this they above the ferry. He told this amount to be compete to the Williams again.
The signed around me, the general manager of the Mahara and Grace Gases company. At least we still operate on the old schedule when 5 runs a day, you know. So on the business side, as we all know, we get a lot of challenge because really things are not easy, but we try for manage, you know, with the really facing a lot of challenge. Coming to the rainy season, we actually there on the plan now. For there we will take back the ferry up at the cradle for do some major maintenance, you know, so that we're able to prepare. For Kisi, I will get to ferry ready in operation. We run 5 runs per day. Each ferry they do 5 runs. We start, and the 2 ferries then they run simultaneously. So like we get 8:30 in the morning, 11:30 in the morning, then 2:30 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the evening, the 8 o'clock and it's done. This bomb, the suppress we don't here, and we then got where rainy season the council how it will look like, you know, because then people in back where they trade dirty back in the water. All this is not good. It's not good for the fish, them. They're not good back for we on operation. Because then dirty they are with the council and then they form as a mud. And then they affect we on operation, serious one. You see, would they fear long not come to a time where for left ferry go wrong, again for be according to the tide. Because yeah, right now we water low. For let we even load. Easy. And where water low, you know, where you load for let you come out, it's really not easy. And this, and they affect the engines, them, the shaft, the propeller, the rudder.
Well, Uga yes for you make you don't talk and Mr. Manager don't talk and say that dirty na bo me they bogging them na the water. No say the ferry you wood na the water we they bogging them.
And the kind of way I see the dirty stuff, it's like na dirty competition.
Yes.
Nine they do inside the water.
Okay, so we will make you the referee for the party case for that no go to the dirty na the water side, we don't go to the thing. Anyway, from that side now with the Cambo na the central part inside Freetown municipality. Inside the trader they will do business now model school junction and now they sell around Tawain and the central part inside Freetown and blow their mind say they want make government find place for them other side for the go sell because the Salon authority they don't go broke them buffer and the table outside they sell. Well, now you hear what they say.
Akanu, and me are the chairman of Modern New Road Community Market. Well, really, this was like a very shock news to we all as traders because we just get the information yesterday. It was 6 in the evening. We get some specific people who come up from SLR and can say today when Friday the need for can demolish this place. So we remove all with construction and remove with business at the place. So it was a very shock to we because they're not informed as early as possible. Now only yesterday they said today now we all for vacate from this place. So this is very painful for we traders. It's very hard trending waiting they go on. So we're not happy as traders because one, they treat us as if we're not to citizens of this country. And it's very painful. Some of we now how they survive, now they take care of our parents. We get family members, we get wife there, we pick them to go to school, now they take care of them. So if the government say for them we left this place, it's very hard trending because we're not there at the street, we not block the street, we not block the footpath. With the back of the iron, but they said we need for Korea. It's very hard trending. And as I talk to the really they paid me because this is bad. They don't treat me like Sierra Leoneans there. They don't ever treat me like Sierra Leoneans there. This is what we do. What's the problem? They don't say that we go back of the iron. We don't back of the iron. And we get a dialogue and of agreement with SLR that let we stay back of the iron. Why else they say that for Kuria?
Na mire Alima Sanko. Na yesterday 6 o'clock even time. Now not tell me, Papa government say they beg the president and the first lady. Una there for who they beg una get power. We know for say now una rights, but una watch camera turn, una dey na street. We dey beg there. Una dey na street, they sorry for who they maintain, who they abide to the law, they beg. Una go say above after go now above. College ele for Canada they bite so we. The college picking the students there, office then I ask so. All man are the community people and are they buy no go down tongue. Now beg who they beg, not of power we get. Yeah, who they beg.
My name Gabriel. I feel bad. I don't feel good because here I'm a business center. I don't there for decades. So if they just come more unexpected, say how they don't come demolish all my shop and everything, they put some property there, it not go down well with we. Because now we they suffer. We shall go for put to business and do and back. We shall go for survive. Now how they survive. We just want make Papa government fence side for we suitable for what we do business. Because since we don't have demolish this place, let the fence side how they do business. Because as for now we not get no sales we do business again.
And I saw I feel good because family then disappointed right now. When morning car we can't for do business. And right now we're not going able for do business because then they broke the place there. We're going for take care of picking them, pay school fee, parents, and do all anything and they. But when they don't broke the shop now, we go able to take care of the family there. Like now, woman with me there, nobody no can tell me like me there like woman. Then I don't have reality.
Plenty take it to Mama Lamin for being Kada. You stay calm in our ways. We will continue the program. Sickle Cell Research and Advocacy Initiative don't mark in 2025 World Sickle Cell Day with one screening exercise where they do na Kenema Road Hospital. Well, Abukabia be part of them and send this wire for we.
World Sickle Cell Day they mark every year, June 19, and this one by the initiative na one way aim at promoting the understanding how people them will get the sick able for understand say na so and so them for do so that they go stay safe. Well, body people them waiting at the Kenema Road Hospital, they engage them throughout the day and tell them waiting and supposed to do and organize some screening outside and test them for know their status. Dr. Frederick Thompson, the medical superintendent at the Kenema Road Hospital, he talk about why the day important for Mark and also how them for check people them we get sickle cell.
Me na the medical superintendent for the Kenema Road Hospital. Me na Dr. Thompson, and today as a facility we join the world all over for celebrate right sickle cell disease day. Right, as management we feel say we forgive back.
Nurse and member them way been there na the Kenema Road Hospital been get opportunity for ye good things them about the sick and how them go able for prevent them and serve the community outside and tap. Zainab Jan, the program coordinator for the Sickle Cell Research and Advocacy Initiative, he talk about how them done the work with people them we get the sick and serve not to just the day they organize testing for no the genotype.
Don't say now World Sickle Cell Day. So we did try for recognize the day. So we did an Kenema Road today to make we able for raise awareness. So the manner in which we want for raise awareness and for do sickle cell screening, and for do sickle cell screening and also genetic counseling to the one them way go be treat. Because when we do the screening, some people they definitely will be normal, they not will get straight, they not will get sickle cell. But for the one that will get straight, we do the genetic counseling for them. So then we're able to know what's are the risk, what's are the implication, what's are the problem then for make you get straight. For make you get straight, not a health problem. But like problem where if you don't get the knowledge, you will meet somebody else will get it straight. And we will not to born, the possible say, na inki make una get sickle cell pikin, and where if we say sickle cell disease, it's not easy for manage.
The advocacy group now is open for ensure say people them will get sickle cell, then get the kind sabi for help the one them will not get the sick at all. Say because if they get knowledge, then they go able to help them find one. For ways Mina Abdukabi the report.
Now for community watch, they can join me. Company now they were thrown car we go back and grab tongue na lonely. Na this go fenot.
Today, the team come waka na Krabton community where we fenam na lonely. This na big community with plenty people them. Then gladly for the one water then gets and underground water within the community. But plenty other thing than they where they monitor them. Like the pump water, we know they, toilet facility, hospital, and the Kush about them where they unbug them bad one. Them same way so complain, but the bridge we know they, and the mosquito where they monitor them because of the dirty where they into in a gutter and the water side. Musa Fanel, we tap na this community here, talk about how them the strain for pump water, the dirty, and other thing them would affect them na the community.
Because most of the water they use now, not so pure water there. Even the way they say they cook self or they boil them, it's not pure. Because we are from well who they pull now. Just being forced now, yeah. No one day see tricycle the company or go down or take the thing over. And now you only have to people and get that they pass it out them burn them as you can see over here. Either them burn them or not than 2 hours water. As kita boku bad. One more they would start with them put on so up to and so they would. And now we the community now follow link here and there. So we will get boat bridge so that people will be access for cross from here to yonder.
What the woman behind the camera talk say, think them they will the more them bad in the community. Like some youths them we can take Kush and then get speaking them na the community.
The Kush, then na them base the beer. So the bobo then the school picking them or that the college or this that so then they misuse the Kush don't misuse them so much like I like comrade and cancer for them picking them for say for let them go back to school for go college back then they able pull them. Nothing, no community people, nobody, no raise up, no concern, no nothing.
Let person sick attacker, the other motoka. Say you work about junction. So the person die. We don't get that case in a one thing. So they big. They can be from some community.
Marie Fanel and Alimami Bangura serve na this community say they don't there for over 30 years. And the way how the community be there today, no be the same again like today.
They better pass today, but not to reverse.
Do not get pump. The light business is the money away. Street or no day. The road is a money. Water business is tranga. We also thief. Thief cup, thief paper, thief rubber. Talk. La paille talk no day. Where she left it the most small. Amen. Church come on.
With all the challenges they are with them talk, then say, then they call on government and other good at organization them for me then go help them at the community for tomorrow Bambai.
Well, from community watch, we go na Mankine community. Well, from some time now, we used to be on the show one death rap road we link na Mankine road na Calbaton for go na some parts na Freetown. This big road on the show now we spoke gaya. Don't make one good that person where by the name of Aisha, I get one foundation where call Aisha Foundation Salon. Don't go give support. The support we give go cement, iron rod and other things there. But we come be service to say we did part of this and send this wire for we.
Group from Mankine, headed by this we brother Utima Bemiso, and go approaching our office.
then can go proposal requesting help. Because the nature of this road also is deplorable. And I can talk and say, all over the world, the bedrock of development, a good road network. Within the disconnect community from the rest of the country, now the road network bad. When the road network good, it stimulates development. Business, they flourish. So the chairman with the team, they go approach me and he fall under the humanitarian demand of a mission. It reports to a boss in America. The reason, they say, oh, there is need, we intervene. And this can coincide now with the efforts of the Mechanized in Guinea. We get hospitals, state-of-the-art hospitals who they can construct. We get schools, we get orphanage. A stretch of 10 acres of land, all ready for utilize them. So if this road here not there in good shape, let's say that hospital there, it don't begin function. And we get the maternity and pediatric medical unit. Or somebody there in labor, they go for good deliver. And they use this road here for goat and day.
This is a signal and this is a wake-up call to everybody, including me, waiting up at the talk show. I know we don't do we level the best, including you, where they interview with me because I know we don't do we level the best. For continue for do more, including everybody where they listen to we, and who don't listen to once they live within the community, for no say, this is our responsibility. We are all part of government. If the government say they can't, but no carry it. Waiting we own role get for B, now for law play we will part, and at this part we will play. So they beg everybody for come on board, all man for come on board. If you get for give 5 bags cement, do a drum. If you able give 2,000, do a giam. If you able give 2 trips or 1 trip and do a for giam. Any amount of material or money we would give for let's go before, just do them because this work is highly capital intensive. The 100 bags not for be enough for even this location all day. Whether 200 bags not for be enough, but we call on everybody for come on board, whether they within the community or they outside the community.
Because like me with me chairman and the bike riders, they're ready for work. They're ready for let them sacrifice as labor inside for let them work. They're ready. So all about we need support. The big one they let them support for let them make this community work. Now not look to government. If we say we they look to government, yeah not go make. So do ya with the
now na time for Voice of the Youth. Well, where you should be taking time go all the way now Makolo. Waiting the youth man in Makolo say una listen for una safe.
Last a content when I Peter, just because of money, that don't make me I don't become a go out. So I decide to land this hospital. One, lack of school, and 2, lack of job employment, water facility, hospital, so on and so forth. Yeah, old wood garage.
They were putting away the money away. Now this will country. But not for what this will move. And soon as Sierra Leone, any sufferers will come, any side way they will suffer. Now one will they force the country working not there for the youth to land. 2, they suffer, no companies. You know, now when they work, they all come. Young man will go, we get what we pay for the king school. Anyway, we get what they buy, put that was for each one. But all that saying another day. That's where they do all these feet are called they manage for now they get small thing. We go buy thing for eating a post. And now look the streets then. They're not good looking. You see this road, like what they point to. You see what you attack park there. And all go do with the manage. If you get your you know, pass now the new road, you go able to pass now the old road there, but now they all don't spoil. They don't spoil all the side they for we will not get away for now they enjoy old roads there. And we also all you see they don't deal at the country. How we do enjoy life now this country? One cities of Sierra Leone. We they suffer all the way cinema now. They have see the picky there inside and they play under they're all right now, you know, where eat better food, we able to call the picky, can't put up for study. But waiting for it now, how people can study.
You did daddy, they go first for what they can eat. Some of them one go school, they one done their school, but we no day. All incident they make them they can't be they involved before they money no day. Even our money they tell you the sister, you know go easy that young man can sit up and buy. Well now they take Kush then and they know the sweetness of that. Now not the smoke, not the jam cola, not the drink. So who what's happen now, not the drugs.
Well, for me, Jesus is Lord Ministry, they bring come one program where they say, it's not for make woman they go closer more to God. Well, Joey and Dumbia gets more.
I have Dr. Mazel Krauser from Jesus is Lord Ministry attached to the Faith Clinic Healing and Deliverance Department.
Okay, you see they can we use what you learn get to
well, we get the 24th anniversary of the woman we got picked. It is start on the 25th of this month, 26, 27. Then with the rest on the 28th, when on Saturday, 29, we get the Thanksgiving service.
So how this program get for like?
Well, this program is so all the women there from various branches, then even up the provinces that they come. The branch churches then Abo, Kenema, Kapala, Losa, you know, all those are Jesus is Lord Ministry Day, that they come, this woman we got pick, and then the obsessed they celebrate they come. We did not away, we did the clinic, and the 23rd year this. Plenty one day, some they call it, some they don't, etc. But this one are the woman we got pick, but they will come, because now for they're all for everybody.
Okay. So none of the man of God, we have to give the message on that.
Woman of God?
Yeah.
We get various women of God that would invite from different churches there. Then, but for crown it on a Mamadoga Dumbuya in safe 9, they give the final word and then pray for the one that would then sick of various diseases then, and then, you know, teach the word back.
Sure.
Okay, we they invite the first lady of this country and Fatima, Mother Bio. And then we invite the mayor, we invite all the other women that will be done the patronized way. We invite also all women, then not to forsake the big one, the one that would then all sign and Salon. We then at Freetown and all marketplaces, the highways and byways, made them go listen to the word of God and the good message we God get for them, because the word way we they talk in our life and we say now we have it will come to pass the 25th. Next week Wednesday, this Wednesday we cancel the 27th, the 28th. Then we rest on the 29th. Then Sunday we get the Thanksgiving. That is then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon they start. But Sunday at 2 o'clock we start the service, the Thanksgiving service.
At the church, right?
At the church, not our church where they call Mami Dubrian Church.
You still watch the program where you use SLBC television. Now the country there or another country. When SLBC from broadcasting house, then I tell me for we can take a break. After which we will continue the second half of the program we use. Welcome to the second half of the program where you so make a member you say you can send me a video clip of what's in the happen in your area once you know say in newsworthy and you want government attention or any good that organization, anybody when a good that person for make good got the person attention for make development will take place. Waiting do SLBC say me voice, you self your voice for the hard. When now attempt for make me and co can send the hook and see what he go hook up this time now so we are season. Over to you, Aminata.
I don't send the hook.
Well, what that's on the screen na Ibrahim Sako na Edman na Morabi community na Waterloo na the Western area rural district. Ibrahim Sanko Edman, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm not saying you can talk with you can talk for benefit your community. For the second time now, Aminata, you can send the hook again for the second time. It's not easy loss waiting to come up.
I don't send the other hook.
Well, the second one we can up now, Pastor Jaima Tamba Monde, in a founder and principal for I Am Community College. What you can talk about? Keep the company going know, Pastor. Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah. Good evening.
Yeah, then a Pastor Jaima T Monde. Okay, we can begin first with the Edman. Edman Ibrahim Sako, Commander Morabi community in Waterloo and the Western area, rural district. What you are the Salon people there for known in the country or that country? All man here yesterday to you.
Thank you very much, sir. What you are people know what is happening in your community. Where this community will find itself. So the thing with the suffer. Where no not get community center, police post, markets, playing field, and cemetery. We just get cemetery way and the patches up the people away and about first now.
This 17 years so now the patch up. You know be the man 17 years. What you do?
Well, those maybe just take part now. I mean 2 years I find so now.
What you don't put together now?
Well, the first I just put together the two of this over for a lot when I cemetery. Now I don't get when I 2 acre cemetery lot and right now about fence.
You tell council no, council everyone.
Well, this na a big thing to everybody. When I don't council, I don't want to state house to the local minister. Up to now, no help from nobody. I come home back to people and I say the best I can do. Now I talk to people and no come together and do this small thing and start the operation. What else damage been gone.
So this bag gone I don't get. Who sound of the baby before when you say over 17 years now? This community not get very gone.
Well, if it's a limited area, far distance from Morabi community, where we suffer a lot. At times we can go back now, Joton, they reject the body. For my back, they reject me. So this is say. People in the suffer a lot, somebody don't die, I forgot there. The first polo gram Morabi, when somebody die, they don't take the body die, you cry for dinner, I forget this person. When I say, if me take power, first have attack the cemetery area. And when we make again the cemetery, I say, no, the best I can do for secure enough for people then. Because I don't find out no help no here.
You don't begin secure?
Yes. I believe say 100% I don't secure me being go now.
How you don't begin secure?
Because I do a fencing right now, right around the cemetery.
But wait, that side where you go get big one, also you go locate the big one. You know, be meet houses that team up there.
Well, starting around the area, I was in there, but this land was in a vast way in a middle. I said, the best of a capture. So, land this way, they don't get for a cemetery and take them back, sell to any money. I said, no, this, let me fight for people and rights. I come to council, we council, they said, the ruler help, the rule support, we said, we'll take the Bengal. We'll get now, I go business for help nowhere. So I say the best I can do, I can catch people and load units bit by bit. And I'm so glad the full community and the community do a lot with it. First they give me donation na 75 bucks in it.
Now you say you don't begin the very one. You've been talk to the community people then first, that community approach from the people from the bottom to the top. The intention have been gone first, they want other than no day.
All my community now the first thing and cry for saying 70 and be in what they want.
Step by step, you don't get the very go now. The next step now also.
When I market, I mean next target. This market is my next target. When people find it very difficult for cross that community like sit down, 155, where most of the time they get an accident to any bank people. Because the next target for get a market, it will be easy for people because Morabi is center bowl when about 8 communities first this start now side in the past open other side go find Saturday for the community.
Edman Sako, that area they will say na Edman so the western area where district around Waterloo. And say we all man no say security na wala. You to man like set chakra. How security to now? How you deeply secure?
Well, this na a big question we I would say na a big doctrine back. We not well secure because no community will get police post. See, a big community like this, the ground they not get police post. So we not well secure. Everyone can call for help from the police. You find it very difficult for kind of aid for help. See, so it's not easy.
But so you don't go meet the Waterloo Police Division 8?
Well, I know back all the time. They don't make me to them. Up to now, I'm not seeing no here.
Alright, continue for the week to be. In name na Ibrahim Sako.
Elias Kuchizola.
Elias
Kuchizola.
Alright, so you don't come coach the team now where you see. Ibrahim Sako, a man from Morabi community in Waterloo, in the western area, rural district. They tell me in achievement so far, I don't say it gets more. So by the next election, I will vote for her now after you. Alright, now we'll go to the pastor. Pastor Jaima Tambamonde, founder and principal for I Am Community College. Yes, sir. What you want me Salon people know?
Hey, good evening again. Mena Jeremiah. Well, then I am for talk about an empowerment program where I Am Community College don't come up with, where now for empower young people and we don't sit this was here, and the one that will not be a chance due to administrative issues with WAEC, they're not be able for meet up for take the was. So as a good citizen, I thought I'm fixing well. There's no need for sit down wait for another year again. I decided say I will give free ICT training to about 500 of them. So we then Adenaya for let the people know say this opportunity there for you. We don't sit was instead of you sit down they wait for the result, and you will not be meet up for sit. You can come and get this ICT skill.
What's the I Am Community College?
I Am Community College the Tembeton by the dirty box. Once you reach now the dirty box, you ask say Usai I Am Code, then we'll show you there.
Like most people they target so for get this free training where you want it.
Well, they target about 500 young people and students that we don't sit was, and the one that we don't be meet up for sit. Now they will the target.
Well, Pastor, a lot about sustainability. Someone can begin and find one. When Tim Choka now will come, with the Agbara Blue now they can cut them off. I Am Community College. How now sustainable they go take so that speaking themselves in a belly now when I go born, then go benefit.
Well, this college don't begin from 2019, and then we still go on a well-accredited college with NCTV, TEC, and even with the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. So in terms of sustainability, we don't start from 2019 and we 6 years this, and then we still move further. Next year, we will begin start degree program. Currently, in a diploma and certificate we do, but come next year, we will begin degree program. So in terms of sustainability, I want for sure Sierra Leone and they'll say it's sustainable.
So this free training where they can for can use money. I get for select on a now select they select on a choose on a by Sami or open to the public. Because you know we can see they give free training where you don't already get in mind the people that way they give free training.
Well, currently the registration they go on, and not the first time this where we don't do them. We don't do one last year. Okay, it's been very successful, and I believe say people have been coming here from Slbc where they've been go cover up. And this year again, we they do them. We know they look by Sabi or na Fambo na first come, first serve basis. Add and come, na so we they take them. The only thing you need for proof say you don't sit was, or now you been supposed for sit, but due to issues you're not able for sit. You give them proof and they waiting at some of them proof and they will they look for. One, if for sure you be arrested, now just complete this was 9 number we need from you. 2, if you not meet up for seat, show we SS2 where you promote for go SS3 where you not be meet up for seat. Now they prove them that the number where you need.
Now, Pastor, make we talk about this the academic strength of your lecturer then qualify.
In terms of qualification, we get seasoned lecturers with years and years of experience, and I Am Community College, we 90% practical based, not a theory we talk about 100% practical. So in terms of qualification, it's there.
So pastors and possibly we go watch you right and interested for go do this free IT course. But in go dey center again at university or in the work. You say I myself go do IT skill because you know say now IT one now we dey. So that possibly will not get room for acceptor.
Well, for this free training we not get room, but we normal program them. Okay, we offer a lot of ICT courses in terms of programming, Microsoft Office package, computer science, business information technology. We get a lot of ICT training courses. Then if you work in your office, and then you can come. Or if you don't meet up for come, we also get provision where you can reach out to. We say I want the training in your office. We can send we staff then they and see how we can able for help you with your IT system, whether in your office or any side.
Thank you very much. Continue for the return of the program. In a Pastor Jeremiah Tambamonde, founder and principal for I Am Community College in Tembeton. You interested? Well, we will announce the number after it all for me to for make you be part and parcel of it. You know, say this is a radical inclusion into the education system, all man for getting self restored. Over to me, Uncle.
Well, we continue the rest of the program. Make we join Tilly Williams and see what think out for we.
My name is Mr. Laji. We Nembona Lunge. We na Kafulo. Like I say, happiness what I get today, a great one, will be Self-sufficiency. The cafe me today for Kano, which in a defined thing way, they say I do. And the happiness what I get, a great what I get today. Like I say, yeah, my guest house. Okay, this place, like I say, we want can at this place from the new airport to the place, just a 3-minute drive for can inside the new airport. I she reach na new airport, just drive the shine day. I like na small person ask, small picking ask, anybody will ask, it is in the shine board for the A&A. I she reach at the airport, just say Banelon. I see reach there, ask for A&A. I like na small picking, it will direct you. The facility who will get na this guest house, like we get 3 more to carry them. Who be say if flights count you, they call the number, you don't understand. Would they able the staff then they able go pick you the motuka, you know they pay nothing. And some facility will get back, particularly a commodore, he called at the ferry. Motuka they come out na here and they for go taking at the ferry couch na the guest house and not to done. And the guest house, the facility they will get na the guest house. Like they say, light business, you not get problem na and like most of business, forever God they able make you build this, we say empire na security section na do empire. Or one, we know the people they would in the travel, some people in the car and luggage. But if you able get correct. We able get correct and correct security na the place. Even the guests who they come, they happy for Lord na the place. You understand? So that they, particularly like the staffs who I get, I not get no problem with the staffs them. And the staffs them, they're very focused on their job and they know their job and then they dream about their job. And by God in power, the dream show gets me wife, who na Adam Sekabo. And we want to take this place another level by God in power. Like I see, usai the small side usai the show now, and the work we still there on the work. We still there on the work. You understand? And like I say, we try for build a supermarket na this place. We get a supermarket na this place. You understand? And even one big car park for the guests them. You understand that? And if you come, you understand, the motoka, they be safe. You understand? The motoka, they be safe. Take go, and security personnel, then no problem. You don't understand? So until we they park in motoka, they free because of the luggage now, they able luggage.
Well, we come to we studio guest them again for another moment for make we know more personally than themselves. Oh, come to Ibrahim Sako. You say you alias know it?
Coach Zola.
Coach Zola, go for coach the way you steam. Ibrahim Sako is the man from Morabi community now, Waterloo and the Western area, rural district. We come to you back from that community now. Now your community, what's the main source of income? What's everything you do for the money? Community and this, then planting the plants, so na bookstone. What's in the main work in the community?
Well, I understand everybody suffer a lot. Behind the woman there, most of them are swamp for the plants. Behind not get better thing way for give them for plants. Everyone council go there for get the help from within the community. For them make them garden fine. No like no, they no fertilizer, no they know that no they.
But before that help you said for help yourself first. You know if for Kobe back now will send water there. What send they do forget? Don't I want to be help now?
Well, I believe
say don't fall on full foot. No, I don't come home.
I believe the government will come outside. We have to come support with people there because the community will suffer a lot. So if they can't aid, they can't do something, they will push. Because people they ready for the job for every self. This is because no, that's the only way they do in a way we will sustain itself. Games are not easy at all. We my community because I come to really down, not already.
Well, when I went in the community, we not get sababu from people that we don't come in this community, family within the community, not get family out for bringing income. How can I say first? Are you happy yourself and so that person can help you?
Well, no, they fight this, they fight for people there. Even some factory in our community, we not see no good thing in our community. Well, we go cry for help, one of us can stop, meet every problem, do something, nothing will happen.
When I get factory in the community,
factory like Sierra Star, and we get come like Sierra Star, we get some other factory just coming. But not really at the community.
No, where the employment opportunity, they don't employ the youth man, they
see that. That's
the make themselves employable.
And then many people and they are ready. They cause all that funny inside the community. When I say they do them drugs business, cause not everybody community. This Kush, it is rampant in the community. The way what they call council, police, agency for crime support, police, no way. You know, because this one they idle at the community. Pastor they go and create with them. When they would work for them, they so say after the moment, immediately for them live by themselves.
So, Edman, possibly watching a wanker with help, I will reach out to you. Quick one.
Well, I say, come meet me and call me by my number winner 077691636. My orange number is 073-885-101.
Well, thank you very much for which you don't make Salon people in the country don't know and when they self within another country them. Well, continue for put you and some Papa go. Well, that's not Ibrahim Sako, a man from Morabi community in our Salon and the Western area who have district talk about in achievement so far and in challenge the way he gets. Now we come to Pastor Jeremiah Tambamonde, founder and principal for I Am Community College na Tengbetong. Which other people that know more again as they can close up with you?
Well, I would just want to encourage all young people, especially with those we want for see what we don't see what. We all know say nowadays technology man they take over the world, and then if you go university, those days don't pass where you go even do your assignment write on a paper. Now lecturer will tell you say type and send an email, and even how for write your dissertation, how for do your research, you get for small computer. So now that opportunity there, I Am Community College, they give to young people, you wait don't see to us before you result the common, you don't get small ICT skill where you go use them, where you go university, you're able to do your assignment or you're able to forget work with them because nowadays people they look for skill.
Almost another make graduation ceremony now.
I think we don't do 3 times.
Now on a product now, you can boast of any product with
yes,
society.
then they work cool, then they Ministry of we get now Ministry of Education, okay, and then we get now other private business centers the way are not going able for name all. Yes.
So this IT course we talk about now totally free?
Yes, totally free. You just get for register because Salon, if that's way you not register for anything, you don't go able for take them serious.
Well, Pastor, some Monday in brain is slow like myself now. In case free, I don't go now, but I just feel.
Well, the time frame they because now 3 months will they teach you for. So not for saying a 1 week business. So in 3 months you must be something. Well, and especially we expert lecturers the way we get, where then they take you step by step. Alex said they say you brain. They could say you they able for learn something.
When academic term now like the same like the other university and college them from October to
yes.
Registration not beginning for the 2025-26 college year.
Next month, registration they open, but this free ICT training, the registration they on now.
Thank you very much. In name of Pastor Jeremiah Tambamonde, founder and principal for I Am College in Tengbetong. Free training. Grab the opportunity now. You know, say now the kind of inclusion now, drastic inclusion now for make all man land book by force. You know, go for do it now. All the same, now so we can drop the curtain down finally in this edition of the program where you spoken to you from outside the watch and so the country or other country them. I want to tell plenty thank you to the transmission supervisor on a broadcasting house. First on more salutation to you, sir. Don't give Boko Amokin today. Control room operator, one man soldier pastor Tosan Unyewe is still celebrating the birthday. They come over to you. Operator them. Alistair Peak, salutation to Unusef. Camera operator them on duty now. His Majesty Samuel Abiose Stanley and Tete Kwashi, salutation to UNICEF. William Wise na introduced the program. Production assistant na Jorian Dumbuya and Mohamed Lamine Touré. We will present the program. But before I tell you my own name, I want to tell you say, not forget say you can send you video clip of what is happening in your area. Once you newsworthy, you want make government the attention, whether you want the attention of NGO them, or then philanthropists there for helping the community. So this salon will left for be a developing country, but a developed nation. When SLBC say me voice, you voice. So till when I get to the other edition, I want to go on the sense talk where say, if you are no see, yes no hear, no smell, much no go talk. Tata.
Welcome to News Hour. I am Aissatou Touré. Coming up, Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone presents its 2024 report to President Bio. Sierra Leone gets elected to World Committee on Tourism Ethics in Nigeria. And Ministry of Planning launches inaugural District Development Coordination Committee for Western Area Urban Districts. These stories and more in this edition of News landmark achievement, Sierra Leone has been elected to the World Committee on Tourism Ethics WCTE at the 68th UN Tourism Regional Commission for Africa Thematic Conference in Abuja, Nigeria. The conference, titled Boosting Social Impact and Education in Tourism Through Innovation, Artificial Intelligence and Creative Industries, gathered key stakeholders from UN tourism member states, highlighting the importance of modern technology in enhancing tourism's social impact. Our reporter Christiana N. Camara has more.
Sierra Leone, represented by the Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Nabila Tunis, participated in the 68th UN Tourism Conference focused on boosting social impact and education tourism through innovation and artificial intelligence, AI. In a press conference held at the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs at King Haman Road in Freetown, Senior Permanent Secretary Kwame Yankson said Minister Nabila Tunis benefited from numerous scholarships for tourism training and was appointed to the UN Committee on International Tourism.
Quite recently, last year, we are giving 100 scholarships from UN Tourism. So these are some of the benefits we derive from them. These scholarships are now being utilized by Sierra Leoneans. They are training online in tourism, marketing, development, tourism, hotels, management, and other stuff. So the training is ongoing, and also we, as a government, had a very successful outing out there. For the first time, Sierra Leone was appointed to serve on the UN Committee on International Code for Protection of Tourists.
General Manager of the National Tourist Board, Fatmata Keru, highlighted their significant contribution to the discussion and their nomination to the Committee of Ethics and Protection for the International Code for Tourist Protection. She further emphasized the importance of providing a safe and conducive environment for tourists, with a need for other MDs to support the Ministry of Tourism. She also said the country has transitioned from being an observer to a participant with voting rights and a significant role in presentations and discussions.
We cannot do it alone. Now we went there, like everybody was, as we were saying. For us, it's a rebranding. For me, it's rebranding. The fact that Sierra Leone is going there, taking a central, an integral role, where my minister is called upon to present papers, where we are called upon to serve in the committees. For us, it's a big leap. It's a big step to what we're saying.
The recognition marks a significant milestone for Sierra Leone as it strives to enhance its tourism sector and position itself as a prime destination in Africa. SLBC News are in Freetown. Christiana Kamara reporting.
The Ministry of Planning and Economic Development has launched their inaugural District Development Coordination Committee for the Western Area Urban District. The committee is expected to facilitate coordination among local authorities, central government and development partners towards successful implementation of the medium-term National Development Plan and the Transform Freetown and Transforming Lives strategy. Abdul Mansari witnessed the launch at the Freetown City Auditorium and now reports.
I officially launched the District Development Coordinating Committee at the Freetown City Council, and I declare it inaugurated to operate as the Consolidated District Development Coordinating Committee in the Western Area Urban District.
The event, which was attended by a host of development experts from both government and non-governmental organizations, aimed at promoting effective service delivery under the District Development Coordination Committee, which is part of the country's broader decentralization process. The launch serves as an important step towards a structured, inclusive, and coordinated development planning within the Freetown City Council. The committee plays a crucial role in facilitating coordination among local authorities, central government, and development partners to ensure that development projects and policies are aligned with the medium-term National Development Plan and the Transform Freetown and Transforming Lives strategy. The Deputy Mayor of Freetown, Kweku Lisk, said the event marks a significant milestone in their collective efforts to foster sustainable development in urban communities, adding that the committee must not exist in the name, but must be a tool for transformation. He called for effective coordination for an appreciable development outcome in the district.
Because of lack of coordination, the actual benefit of these particular ventures or goodwill gestures are not actually reflected. And I could even say, even from a council and a government perspective, local and national government perspective, sometimes we struggle with coordination because we have different classes of society whom we are intended to reach out to.
Chief of Social Policy UNICEF, Mona Kosgard, acknowledged the DDCC as an important milestone in the country's decentralization process. She highlighted their support to locally led development, specifically in urban areas where vulnerabilities persist despite better infrastructure.
Rural areas, although we know that there are pockets of deprivations also in urban areas. UNICEF is very pleased to have been part of piloting and operationalization of the DDCC model from the start. This is an approach that aligns with our commitment to supporting local governance and service delivery for children and their communities. At the core of the DDCC objective is strengthening of national to local and interagency coordination.
The Development Secretary, Ambrose James, who launched the Western Area Urban District Development Coordination Committee, assured everyone about the Ministry of Planning's commitment to strengthening development coordination in the Western Area Urban District and the country at large.
Hence, the need for an integrated development coordination platform, which is the DDCC. With well-structured and effective development coordination platforms, we will all address issues of service delivery, overlap, duplication of efforts, and waste of scarce available resources.
The event featured presentation of strategic and robust plans, and the DDCC members were also installed. The launch of the District Development Coordination Committee represents a significant step forward in Freetown's efforts to ensure local governance and promote community-driven development. SLBC, Abdul Mansari reporting.
The leadership of the Freetown City Council, FCC, has showered praises on Sierra Leone's former ambassador to the Republic of South Korea, Omwigoli, for his patriotism in securing a $55 million United States dollars for the construction of the current new Freetown City Council administrative building. As Emmanuel Samura reports, the commendation was made during Ambassador Omwigoli's maiden visit to the building since it was constructed.
Overlooking Freetown skyline is a beautiful 15-story building housing the Freetown City Council's administrative functions and staff on Wallace Johnson Street. Built with grant-in-aid loan of $55 million from the Korean Exim Bank in July 2013, the building not only beautifies the city but has also given added respectability to the city's local council administration. The construction of this $55 million structure that illuminates Freetown was made possible through Ambassador Omrigoli's distinct advocacy and lobbying skills during his time as ambassador to the Republic of South Korea. After many years since its completion, Ambassador Omrigoli's maiden visit to the building attracted the attention of many, and the leadership of the Freetown City Council hailed him for his patriotism in securing projects that brought more respectability to the FCC.
The visit so far has been very, very useful for us, because for those of us who might recall the role Ambassador Omrigoli played in bringing this building to reality, indeed with other people, very, very key players as well, cannot be underrated.
The Deputy Mayor of Freetown City Council, Kwekulisk, noted some of the challenges faced in terms of managing the building modern facility, and however solicit the support of Omrigoli to use his connections again with the Koreans in the area of technical skills transfer assistance in a bid to support the maintenance of the facility.
Just trying to see how best we could create further ties, further links, in order for us to be able to enhance the facility in terms of its maintenance and certain expert ideas and knowledge that are required when it comes to the engineering, the electricals, and indeed the computers.
In response, Ambassador Omrigoli felt honored to be recognized for his contribution in actualizing the project, adding that the project is a personal reflection of his bond to serve the people of Sierra Leone. Ambassador Omrigoli disclosed some of the strides he has been making to support the council overcome the technical challenges they have been encountering in managing the building.
In welcoming me today, she asked me to intervene and help in terms of actualizing some of the technical and other finance issues that they're experiencing at the moment. In fact, we've already started doing that. I've approached people in Qatar already and one or two other areas to see how they could help with the maintenance and technical issues.
A conducted tour was done by Ambassador Omrigoli and the leadership of the council to ascertain the gravity of the challenges faced in the management of the new Freetown City Council building. Emmanuel Samura, SLBC.
Another project has ended with positive results for Sierra Leone. The Climate Change and Sustainable Energy Project, undertaken by the Women's Network for Environmental Sustainability, has conducted over 700 days of empowerment, focusing on the women most affected by climate change in the Western Area Rural and Pujeon districts. Harold Williams has a summary of the endeavor so far.
Supported by Christian Aid Sierra Leone, the Climate Change and Sustainable Energy Project, CCASE, is ending a 2-year period of intensive activities influencing actions on government commitments to address climate change and other environmental issues in a way that ensures acknowledgement of the problems and sustainability of responses from both the government and 12 pilot communities in the Pujeon and Western Area rural districts. WONES, the Women's Network for Environmental Sustainability, and CSO partners aligned to climate change have helped to integrate Christian Aid's flagship climate change program into its programming and policy work, strengthen Christian Aid's evidence and learning, and position Christian Aid to leverage funding to create a new strategic global program focusing on community resilience and strengthening a movement for change. In the project districts, dozens of women and marginalized people who face the worst impacts of the climate crisis have been enabled by CCASE to become more resilient to existing and future climate shocks and improve food security. Through a series of rigorous training sessions, the beneficiaries have been empowered to recognize their strength in balancing the gender equation for equal power in the home and in the community setting. Climate-smart agriculture techniques provided in the CCASE have assisted these women to recognize the best methods to sustain their farms in this new era of intense uncertainty. They have been facilitated with financial resilience to respond to the poverty caused in great part by the mishandling of the environment, and several sessions were also provided aimed at improving the advocacy of vulnerable women in communities and civil society partners. Sustainable energy options were reviewed, including clean cooking solutions with improved cook stoves, ethanol-fueled stoves, in addition to major agricultural inputs in the form of tools, planting materials, and microcredits. Testimonies have been gathered from the women on the positive impact of the CCASE project on their lives, and the project lead, Mrs. Gertrude Karimo, on behalf of WONES and partners, pledged a continued presence in both project districts with a keen focus on emerging opportunities for further assistance, while also monitoring the sustainability of the advocacy, empowerment, improved agricultural practices, and financial capability of the CCASE village and savings associations.
BRAC Sierra Leone, in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, has officially launched its National Inception Workshop for the Accelerating Impact for Young Women AIM program at the Bamoy Hotel in Freetown. The workshop brought together government officials, development partners, stakeholders, and community representatives to review progress in Cohort 2, share learnings, and outline the programming approach for Cohort 3 of the AIM initiative. Jonathan Turner reports.
The BRAC Sierra Leone NGO Accelerating Impact for Young Women program was aimed at empowering the most vulnerable girls and women in society, ensuring they gain the knowledge and resources to strive socially and economically. The AIM program targets 156,500 adolescents and young women aged 12 to 35 years from 2021 to 2027 to empower them through education, livelihood training, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and access to social services. It is structured around 3 pillars, including social empowerment, economic empowerment, and enabling environment. Deputy Minister of Agriculture 1, Teresa Tenedic, commended BRAC Sierra Leone NGO for its tireless efforts in building the capacity of adolescent girls and young women across the country.
We used to teach them in the focus group discussion within the men of God for them to see the necessity. The champions that you will be taking, bring the men on board. They should not be part of the group though, but then let them have the education. And this is good for your women, this is good for your children, this is good for the health of the community, this is good for even yourself. Because if you empower your wife where you are not there, when things go wrong, she'll be able to at least assist you.
Country Director of BRAC Sierra Leone NGO, Adolphus Doe, he affirmed the organizations to transforming lives and building resilient communities. He highlighted that the AIM project, since its inception, has impacted lots of young women and girls across Sierra Leone in cohorts 1 and 2 respectively.
2022 is running in cohorts, so we just concluded the second cohort. Now we're about to launch, or we are launching the third cohort that is going to target about 36,000 adolescent girls and young women.
The program is being rolled out in key districts including Freetown, Waterloo, Bo, Kenema, Kono, and Makeni, with over 356 AIM clubs. The attendees at the National Inception Workshop call for stronger collaboration between stakeholders and government institutions to ensure that girls and young women in Sierra not only survive but strive. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reports.
The Sickle Cell and Advocacy Research Initiative SCRAI has observed the 2025 World Sickle Cell Day with a special event held at the King Hamad Road Hospital. The observance, under the theme Tell It Loud, was focused on raising crucial awareness about sickle cell disease. June 19 is World Sickle Cell Day, established by the United Nations to raise awareness and tackle the issues relating to the disease. Abdul Kabir has more in this report.
World Sickle Cell Day is observed on the 19th of June every year, and the initiative by the Sickle Cell Research and Advocacy Initiative was primarily aimed at increasing understanding of the genotype related to sickle cell disease, among other vital aspects of the condition. Medical practitioners at King Hamad Road Hospital were actively engaged throughout the day's observation, demonstrating their commitment to the cause. Dr. Frederick Thompson, medical superintendent at King Hamad Road Hospital, emphasized the significant importance of observing World Sickle Cell Day and highlighting its role in public education and support for those affected.
Commemorate this day, we are doing what is referred to as point of care test to any individual that enters the facility. That individual will have to sign a consent form or assent, as the case may be, and we are going to check your sickle cell status because it is very, very common.
Nurses and members of the advocacy initiative were seen actively involved in supporting the awareness campaign, interacting with those involved in supporting the movement and providing information to attendees. Zainab Jah, program coordinator for the Sickle Cell Research and Advocacy Initiative, underscored the critical need to scale up awareness campaigns on genotype testing. She stressed the organization's desire for individuals living with sickle cell to be well informed, responsible in managing their health, and to maintain good health at all times.
This initiative is to help individuals and families understand about sickle cell disease and for them to know their genotype, get knowledge about the risks and implications so they will be able to make informed health decisions. Early screening and proper counseling are proper tools in the fight against sickle cell disease.
The group advocacy aim now is to foster a deeper understanding of sickle cell genotype among the general population, particularly for those living with the condition, and to empower them with knowledge for better health outcomes. Abdul Kabir, SLBC News, Freetown.
Meanwhile, in commemoration of World Sickle Cell Day, Ramsey Medical Laboratories has offered a one-day only free sickle cell and blood group testing to the public. The initiative aimed at raising awareness about the importance of early detection and promoting preventive health care. Aminata Bangura has more.
At 14 Liverpool Street and 108 Kisi Road in Freetown, dozens of people gathered to participate in a free medical outreach organized by Ramsey Medical Laboratories in recognition of World Sickle Cell Day. The event provided free sickle cell screening and blood group testing to members of the public, and it attracted large numbers of people eager to take advantage of the free testing. Speaking at the event, Dr. Abbasuri, Managing Director of Ramsey Medical Laboratories, revealed that the lab has been partnering with the Sickle Cell Society for over 30 years, providing free testing for its members. In recent years, the institution has gone a far further by setting up its own clinic dedicated to caring for individuals living with sickle cell disease in Sierra Leone. He continued that, for the commemoration of Sickle Cell Day, they thought it fit to offer this service to the wider public.
Almost with every disease, really, early diagnosis gives you a better prognosis, i.e. If you can diagnose something earlier, the outcomes, healthcare outcomes are always better. In the case of sickle cell, it's something that you want to diagnose in early childhood, ideally, because it will determine how you will take care of the child. As I stated earlier, one of the things we are doing is to counsel the caregivers.
One of the beneficiaries, Ibrahim Soitue, expressed his gratitude for this opportunity. He said that he have been wanting to do a sickle cell and blood group test for a while now, because some people may carry the sickle cell trait without knowing, so it is important to get tested.
I haven't done sickle cell testing, and I also want my children not to suffer from sickle cell anemia because it is very painful. So let me say out there to anybody who doesn't do the test, come for the test. It's very necessary.
World Sickle Cell Day is observed every year on June 17 to raise awareness about the disease and promote access to education and early detection. In Sierra Leone, where the condition remains a significant public health concern, such outreach efforts are essential for strengthening prevention and care strategies. Ramsey Medical Laboratory encourages the public to take advantage of the free screening, particularly young adults and parents planning for children, as early knowledge of one's sickle cell status can be crucial in family health planning. SLBC News, Aminata Bangura reporting.
One person who is described as the sickle cell warrior is the founder of the Kultumi Foundation, Umu Kultumi Bari. In this interview, Mayatu Dukwe engaged her on the dynamics of the disease. She leads a consortium of women's and children's organizations, has hosted a national consultation on enhancing girls and young women's participation in leadership and decision-making processes in Aberdeen, Freetown. The meeting brought together key government ministries, civil society groups, development partners, and young women leaders to shape a more inclusive future by amplifying the voices of girls and young women on national development. Jonathan Turner reports.
The She Leads program, running from 2021 to 2025, operates across 7 districts, 35 communities and 45 schools in Sierra Leone. It aims to create an enabling environment for young women and girls to lead and influence decisions at the national, district and community levels. This consultation aimed to reflect on progress made, identify existing opportunities for young women's engagement and develop a concrete and sustainable action plan to ensure their participation in the design and implementation of laws, policies and government programs in 2025. Program manager of the She Leads program at Plan International, Dora Bangoa, expressed optimism about the consultation's potential impact noting that they are pleased with the gains made over the years, but they need to deepen engagement with girls and young women to make sure they are not just present but active in shaping decisions that affect them.
The district level, girls and young women are now included into a coordination meeting organized by the Ministry of Gender, the district councils. So all those, we can say we've done a lot, and those impacts have been outstanding for us over the past 4 years.
Government officials are committed to gender inclusion in all levels.
So yes, we have been in discussion. We have been in discussion with some of these organizations to see how they can pull themselves together and make some representative to come to government. The Ministry of Gender will be open to receive them and see how we can get a national body. I think that will be something that we should be working on.
Is developing the annual work plan. We always make sure that our women and young girls are involved in these programs, and so she has really done tremendously well in changing the mindset of our women and young girls in that part of the country.
Melicentia Boateng, team lead of the Girls and Young Women's Advocacy Network, called for more direct collaboration with grassroots groups.
The challenges are many, especially for many girls and women. They shy away from these things. But some just need a little push. Some just need the awareness. Some just need the encouragement. Some just need the inspiration. Let us be there to give them that, and we would watch them bloom. We would watch them push to become leaders that we never knew they were. So in all of these, we want to see that institutions create this space for them to lead, for them to participate, for them to co-create the solutions and the strategies.
While the consultation received praise for its inclusive approach, several challenges were highlighted. Organizers noted that passion from girls and young women remains low, with male participations often dominating youth conferences. Furthermore, many participating organizations do not directly engage with young women, and there is a disconnect between program design and meaningful engagement with girls and young women. Despite the setbacks, the She Leads Consortium and its partners are now tasked with turning ideas into impactful action for the betterment of girls and young women across Sierra Leone. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
President Bio has approved a series of key administrative postings within the civil service, as announced by the Secretary to the Cabinet and Head of the Civil Service. In the Office of the President, Joseph Thornton, Permanent Secretary, will now serve as Principal Assistant to the Secretary to the President, replacing BM4, who has retired. Patrick Kawa, also a Permanent Secretary, has been appointed Assistant to the Secretary to the President, taking over from James Freeman, who has been transferred. Within the Cabinet Secretariat, Prince Cole has been appointed Secretary to the Cabinet and Head of the Civil Service, succeeding John Sumaila, who is set to retire. Teslim Uthman, Deputy Secretary, will act as Assistant to the Secretary to the Cabinet and Head of the Civil Service. At the Office of the Vice President, Mohamed Dabo has been named Secretary to the Vice President, replacing Baba Fortune, who has been transferred. The Inspector General of Police, William Faya Selou, has donated 22 computers and accessories to the National Anti-Corruption Commission, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and Immigration Department. The donation, which was made at the Senior Police Officers' Mess in Kington, aimed at improving data collection and enhancing operational efficiency across these key agencies. During the ceremony, the police chief acknowledged the EU's support in providing the items, noting that such technological advancements were vital for effective data collection and crime management. Representatives from the recipient agencies expressed appreciation for the gesture. the Director of Intelligence and Investigation at the ACC, Evelyn Kuyate, Ibrahim Samuel Duba, Director of Drug Prevention, Education and Training, and Deputy Chief Immigration Officer Amadou Ba applauded the initiative by the IGP. In a bid to enhance communication skills among young people, Emerald Club, in collaboration with the Student Union Government of Melty Magai Technical University, Congo Cross Campus, has held a day training on public speaking. The event targeted university students across the country, aiming to prepare them for future leaderships, roles, and the competitive job market. Esther Nene Kamara was there and now reports.
The training, organized by Emerald Club in collaboration with the Student Union Government of the Melty Magai Technical University, brought together students from Melty Magai Technical University Congo Cross Campus, Fwabe College, and MMTU Goderich and Brookfields to be lectured on the importance, techniques, and steps to become a good public speaker. According to the scribe of Emerald Club, Abdul Malik Sawane, the initiative is part of the club's broader efforts to bridge communication gap among students and help them better express their ideas in academic, professional, and social settings.
For far too long, the club MEL, which is a political and social academic club, we haven't involved so much into the academic aspect. And of course, we have eloquent members. We have people with profound academic proficiency. So that is what prompted me that for sure, let's try to reach out, let's give back to the society, let's give back to the university. And of course, if you can see, throughout the process, the training, there were different students from different campuses and universities.
Throughout the session, students were introduced to core elements of public speaking, including speech organization, confidence building, voice modulation, handling stage fright, and the importance of body language. Participants engage in practical exercises to put theory into practice. Attendees expressed appreciation for the training, describing it as timely and empowering.
More, like I have been on other trainings, but here it's different. I have learned more than what I have learned the first training that I went. We learned that there are verbal, non-verbal cues in being a public speaker.
A good public speaker, you must ensure you conceptualize what you want to talk about. They even showed us the ways, even talk about body language, stage management, all of these things. We are taught a lot about public speaking, and as it stands now, I will tell you that I know almost everything about public speaking.
Certificates were awarded to participants for being part of the training. Organizers say they hope to make the training a recurring event across other campuses as they continue to build a generation of articulate and confident communicators. For Slbc News, Esther Nene Kamara reporting.
A growing number of youths involved in the use of Kush are speaking of neglect and addiction. In major hotspots like the Gully at Dwazak Junction, young men and women known as Kush smokers are now voicing their desires to return home, get clean, and contribute positively to society. Our reporter Nende Watawonka has more.
The face of addiction seems to be changing, and it's crying out for help. In the heart of Freetown, area like the Gully at Dwazak Junction have become a silent scam for many young men and women whose lives have been overtaken by Kush, a drug now destroying communities across Sierra Leone. But amidst the smoke and shattered dreams, a new voice is rising. Appeal for help, for hope, and for healing. Chairman of the Gully, Sheku Sise, said they are not criminals and their communities has turned its back on them. Many of them have skills. Some are even educated. They have nowhere to go, with no job, no support, and yet they are the ones blamed every day.
Me, I know say me, I get many responsibility.
We want to go back home. We want to be clean. We want to be useful again. But we need support. We need jobs. We need training. Please, give us a second chance. We just need someone to believe in us again.
We get control they give to the youth man the way they are. No want man with dirty upper smack.
Despite their condition, some of these youths continue to offer their hand in service. Deputy Chairman of the Goli, Alassane Bangura, described how they work to clean block drainages and support the community.
If government stop the drug, they will make some of the young men and women there will cross the streets.
We know we have gone down the wrong path, but we have also helped this community in our own little ways. When the rain comes, we help clear the water, clean the drains, and support the people, even though we live in despair.
These young men are not just asking for pity, they are asking for resolution. They are calling on the government, private sector, community, and humanitarian organizations to step in with youth employment, rehabilitation, and skills training programs.
As the cry for help echoes through this neglected corner of the city, one thing is clear: the battle against Kush cannot be won without restoration and rehabilitation at every level of society. As the Kush crisis deepens, the question remains: will Sierra Leone choose to punish the lost youths or to help them find their way back? Well, for Slbc News, Nandewa Toronka reporting from the Dwaza community in Freetown.
One of APC's strong women has called on Dr. Samura Kamara to tell Sierra Leoneans the truth about his electoral justice movement, which she said undermined the stability of their party and also the states. Diana Konomani made this call during her peace campaign to APC party women in Falaba district. She urged Dr. Kamara and others to put a closure on the electoral justice ideology and put focus on the implementation of the tripartite recommendations, adding that if the recommendations are adequately implemented, Sierra Leoneans have a lot to benefit from it. The former Minister of Lands, Country Planning and the Environment admonished her fellow party comrades to forget about anything that has to do with the electoral justice movement. Madam Konomani encouraged the APC women in Falaba district to embrace peace and open their doors for new membership, especially at a time the APC is about to start their lower level elections. Sierra Leoneans abroad have come out with several non-profit organizations over the years. One of these latest groups to come out of the United States is the Sierra Diaspora Women. The organization, which consists of women from both the United States and the United Kingdom, is intended to mobilize resources to support vulnerable populations, particularly women and children in Sierra Leone. Christiana Kamara has more in this report. The historic launch of the Sierra Diaspora Women Organization was a fanfare event at the African Affairs Center, Dallas, Texas, United States. The initiative, led by Christina Taylor, a respected community figure in Dallas, is the latest initiative by Sierra Leonean women in the United States and United Kingdom to support their vulnerable counterparts back home, focusing on women and children. Leader of the UK delegation and organization's treasurer, Adam Assise, said their goal is to create sustainable support systems that uplift women and children across Sierra Leone through education, healthcare, and economic empowerment initiatives. President of the organization, Christina Taylor, was visibly moved as she made her entrance onto stage, surrounded by members of the Sierra Diaspora Women, honoring her for initiating this impactful movement. The launch of the Sierra Diaspora Women drew supporters from across the U.S. and a special delegation who flew in from the United Kingdom emphasizing the event's international importance. Among the distinguished guests from the Dallas-Fort Worth Sierra Leone community were the Honorable Patrick Jackson, Honorary Consul for Sierra Leone and surrounding states. In her keynote, Pastor Agnes Durin praised the women for their courage and unity in establishing an organization with such a massive vision. She underscored the cultural challenges often faced by women in trying to work together.
In coming together as an entity for this noble cause of caring for humanity, you have demonstrated great courage, strength, and resilience to ensure that this dream becomes a reality. When you are united, you make meaningful progress and become a force to reckon with.
She encouraged the women to remain united, warning that division would only hinder their noble efforts. Master of Ceremonies Kaditi Jansi, in her earlier statement, emphasized the importance of women's empowerment. Several organizations were represented at the launch, including Tegluma, Supreme Sisters, the Association of Sierra Leonean Organizations in Texas, Kankele, Sabuyuma, Grassfield Hunting Society, and a number of alumni groups. The launch signaled a promising start for the Sierra Diaspora Women's Organization, whose members are committed to leading with love, compassion, and hope in their efforts to empower women and protect children in Sierra Leone. The Missionary Church of Africa, MCA Sierra Leone, has ushered in a new era of leadership with the election and inauguration of Reverend Al-Hassan Paul Kagbo as its new national president. He takes over from Reverend Samuel Momodu Kaba, whose 4-year tenure officially ended this month. Jonathan Turner reports.
Whatever help you need, I'll be with you. God bless you.
In a colorful inauguration ceremony attended by clergy, congregants, and community stakeholders, Reverend Al-Hassan Paul Kagbo pledged to transform the Missionary Church Africa, MCA Sierra Leone, into a modern, vibrant church body. He emphasized digitalization, improved livelihoods, strengthened capacity building, the expansion of educational institutions and community development initiatives across the country.
Make sure within my time I digitalize MCA. We have so much to showcase out there. We have so much that people are not hearing about. We have so many people to reach. But I think we are not making use of the platform we have. I also want to make sure I effectively manage our schools. I want to make sure I effectively empower all executive members. And I am happy and excited because we have executive members who are capacious and highly intelligent, and I'm sure they are up to the task. We have so many programs ranging from construction, organizing the schools, organizing the church, and to make sure also we empower our youth. We have a vast youth ministry, and we're sure if we give them the support they need, they can do better.
Outgoing President Reverend Samuel Momodu Kaba, who was widely praised for his dedication and steady leadership, expressed his confidence in the new administration, urging the church community to continue working in unity.
Members who have been in nomination MCA, let me kindly appeal to you all. If we have never been united, the time is now. If we are to put all resources together, if we are to put resources together to build a base MC, the time is now. If we are to sacrifice our time to build MCA, the time is now. If we are to consider the welfare of our pastors, it is now.
It is expected that under President Kabo's leadership, the church will raise to meet the social and spiritual needs of the people as the new leader pledges to digitalize their systems, create opportunities for members, and support national development. As they embrace this new chapter, they seem committed to building on the foundation laid by their predecessors. Reverend Cabo's tenure is expected to run until 2029. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
All right, we now go over for our business updates.
Welcome to the business updates. My name is Aminata Fofana. Traders at the Central Business District have raised concerns on the prices and availability of rain gears in the markets, calling on authorities to take keen actions to ameliorate their challenge. They made this statement because of the upsurge in the prices of rain gears, such as Crocs, umbrella, raincoats, among others. Moses Conte reports.
When the rain is at its peak, rain gears such as Crocs, umbrella, raincoat, tarpaulin, and others are the things used by people that prevent them from getting wet and also help give them covering even when it rains. Amount regarded to be the somewhat start of heavy downpour. The need for rain gears surge, but the current disturbing reality for traders is a hike in price of this stuff. A Croc seller at Kuton Road Market, Capri Koroma, said even though Sierra Leone now has a Croc production factory, there have not been much difference as compared to the price they used to buy in Guinea.
Indeed, there is a hike in price, but over the years, it has gone down due to the opening of a manufacturing industry. Before, they used to buy it at higher price from Guinea.
Traders at Abacha Street shared similar sentiment, noting that there has been an increase in prices for especially umbrella, raincoat and boots, affected the sales of rain gears at the time traders were expecting to get huge sales.
100% last year.
The difference has increased to 100% on the increase of prices of rain gears compared to previous years. Customers are not responding to buy. Government should put mechanisms in place for price control. As it stands, it is somewhat difficult to see rain gears on people or people queuing to purchase one at Kuto Road, Abacha Street and Eastern Police because of the hike in price of these commodities. Moses Conte, SLBC.
Many thanks, Moses Conte, but that's all we have time for in this business update. Stay tuned.
Alright, many thanks to Aminata Fofana. We now go over for our entertainment news.
Hello and welcome to the entertainment news. With me, Julian Dumbuya. In this edition of the entertainment news, Tyler Perry is faced with 260 million lawsuits, and Melody 7 releases new song titled Kole. Tyler Perry is facing 260 million lawsuits filed by actor Derek Dixon, who alleges years of sexual harassment and assault. The lawsuit claims that the misconduct began after a chance meeting in 2019, where inappropriate behavior occurred. Dixon alleges include unwanted sexual advances and retaliation after he reported the incidents. Perry's attorney have stated that he will not be shaken down and intend to fight the allegations. And finally, Melody 7, one of Sierra Leone's artists, has finally released his new song titled Kole. Fans have been eagerly waiting for this song, and now they have it on their plates.
Talk to me, waiting you want, waiting they bother you. I'm ready for a dress up with money in abundance. She give me the romance, feeling me up. I'm taking it up. Auntie like them, what can I me back like caterpillar? Baby, come and do me something, we gon' make a ginger. Nobody can tell me nothing. This your love is all I'm wanting. Now one thing go be, now one thing go be, now one thing go be, now your thing. Start for it, go low, baby, go low. At this kind thing, how they call it, how they call it, oh, how they call it.
They are really excited about it and they are enjoying it with some expression given by fans. Nice one, big vibe, good one, and more. Wow, this is what we call sweet sound. Keep it up, Melody 7. Well, that's all we have in this edition of the Entertainment News. I have been your presenter, Jorian Dumbuya. Bye-bye.
Many thanks to Julian for the entertainment news. To end the news, the main points again. President Julius Maada Bio has received the 2024 annual report from the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone, detailing major milestones, challenges, and reforms during the last electoral cycle. The Ministry of Planning and Economic Development has launched their inaugural District Development Coordination Committee for the Western Area Urban District. And in a landmark achievement, Sierra Leone has been elected to the World Committee on Tourism Ethics at the 68th UN Tourism Regional Commission for Africa Thematic Conference in Abuja, Nigeria. Well, that's how we wrap up this edition of News Hour from the SLBC. I am Esa Tutui. Thanks for watching.
The death took place on the 25th of May of Deaconess Chief Gladys Michelle Wally Williams of 47 Barwick Street, age 75, former member of the Robert Street Baptist Church, member of the Council of Tribal Head and Tribal Head of the Bassa Community Sierra Leone, the Baptist Women's Union, the Baptist Women's Union and Western Area Baptist Central Women's Association, and the Crew and Bassa Christian Council. She survived by children, Pastor Harry Augustine Gilbert in Australia, Billy Gilbert in Freetown, Bill Victor Sowwood in Liberia, and Lydia Mami Hama in Freetown. Sisters Mrs. Sarah Peledo, Mrs. Teresa Brown, and Mrs. Liza Sayo. Several grandchildren, in-laws, relatives, and friends at home and abroad. A vigil held on Saturday, the 21st of June at the Robert Street Baptist Church at 7 p.m. The body will be laid out on Sunday, the 22nd of June at her residence, 47 Barwick Street at 10 a.m. and at the Robert Street Baptist Church at 12 noon, followed by funeral service at 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery.
From thy pure chalice floweth, and so through all the length of days thy good.
Funeral service for Mrs. Rosamond Omoharet Spammer of 8 Ahmed Drive of South Samuel Lewis Road, who died on the 10th of June, will be held at the Centenary Tabernacle Church, Sickle Road, on Sunday, the 22nd of June at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Kington Cemetery. There will be a laying out at the church from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. A vigil will take place on Saturday, the 21st of June at the Centenary Tabernacle Church, Sickle Road at 6:30 p.m. She is survived by her husband, Noel, children, Jenny, David, and Elizabeth. Sisters, Rosalinda, Rosetta, and Shola. Cousins, Eddie and Jeffrey Thomas. And relatives of the late Reverend Ajay Thomas. In-laws, nieces, nephews, and the rest of the family and friends at home and abroad. May her soul rest in perfect peace.
Yes, we'll gather at the river, our spirits will deliver and provide a robe and crown. Yes, we'll.
Funeral service for Reverend Mrs. Agnes Mayan Fasfasa Lakoni Johnson Koma, former deputy matron of Connaught, both local government and both government hospitals. She served as Infection Prevention and Control Officer at the National Infection and Control Program under the National Public Health Agency and the Ministry of Health. Will take place on Sunday, the 22nd of June at the Full Gospel Outreach Ministry, 18 N. Bismarck Johnson Street, Ascension Town, Grey Bush, at 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. Mrs. Agnes Mayan Fatwas Alako died on Thursday, the 5th of June. She is survived by her husband, Apostle-elect Edward Lako. Children, Margaret Metu Sise, Edward Miracle Lako, Abu Richard Lako, and John Kande Suma. Father, Mr. Daniel A.B. Sise of Wotifunk. Mothers, Mrs. Mayan Kouma and Mrs. Christiana Calon. Several brothers, sisters, aunts, in-laws, granddaughter, nephews, nieces, cousins, close relatives and friends at home and abroad.
By the throne of
The Commander family announces the death of their father, brother, and friend, Mr. Solomon Gasimu Kamara, who died on the 15th of June, aged 82. He survived by his wives, Musu and Megan Commander, children, Gasimu Jr., Freddie K., Mohammed Pupujo, Hudson Israel, Mariam Katimu, James Usman, Indolo, and Marie Kamanda. Brothers and sister Gasimu Kamanda, Mamawa Gamanga, and Michael Kamapu. Several friends and other relatives include H.E. former President Dr. Ernest Bai Koroma, Basam Hamka, Sori Paniga, Pokawa, Fangawa, Kamapo, Gamanga, and Asu families at home and abroad. He has already been buried in his hometown, Bamakonta. Sympathizers may call at 21 Matthias Street Bow or call on +232 34 528919 or +2378 613 386.
Bring from above echoes of mirth.
Tell me what's happened. So many voices in my head, but it told me.
Inna Lillahi wa Inna Lillahi Rajiun. The death took place on Sunday the 15th of June in Iraq of Miss Fatma Sese, formerly of 160 Leicester Road, aged 43. She survived by her mother, Mami Adama Sese, children Samuel Akagbo and Cherin Ojalo, several brothers, sisters, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, relatives, and friends at home and abroad. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 160 Leicester Road or call mobile number 079 259 459, 076 891 618 or 076 728 123.
One day, but it's coming.
Peace be still, my child.
The death announced of Mr. Saidu Binti Kagbo of 2 Street, Brookfields. He died on Sunday the 15th of June, aged 75. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at his residence or call on 079 920 887.
I am with you. Peace be still. I am with you. Peace be still, my child.
The death took place on the 13th of June at 70B Bassett Brookfields, Freetown, of Mr. Charles Munda Davis, aged 79. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Miriam Davis, children Albert Kelvin Davis and Marcella Jennifer Mac Johnson. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on 030 241 309, 033 332 414 or call at 70B Basket Brookfields, Freetown. May his soul rest in peace.
Peace be still. Peace be still.
The death is reported of Reverend Canon Emeritus Julius Joseph Coker, JP, and Commissioner of Oath. He died on Saturday the 14th of June at his residence, 7B Access Road, Babadori, Lumley, aged 84. He survived by his wife, Mrs. Lucy J. Coker. Children, Christiana Coker of UN Mission in Somalia, Mrs. Agnes Wilson of YWCA Brookfields, and Donald Coker of Global Risk Insurance Company. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at his residence, 7B Access Road, Babadori, Lumley. May his soul rest in peace.
I know gather at the river, the beautiful river. Gather with the
The death took place on the 9th of June of Madam Edna Mamian Sumana, formerly of 38 Yahumu Street, Okel, aged 80. She survived by children Michael in the USA, Albert, Melvin, Gloria and Ibrahim, Mother Nosbendu, Sisters Elvira, Hawa, Abi, Lucy, Doreen and Bridget, Brother Ansu, several grandchildren, in-laws, nieces, nephews, close friends and other relatives at home and abroad. Funeral service will be held at the Great Lion Ministries International, Congo Water, Wellington, on Sunday the 22nd of June at 1 p.m. Burial at the Palmer Street Cemetery, Wellington.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine.
In evergreen and affectionate memory of the dear mother, grand and great-grandmother, sister, in-law and former proprietress of Simba Clare Pre and Elementary School, Mrs. Christiana Jane Deseclaire Modupe Kenny. 3 years ago, on the 17th of June 2022, she departed alive and gone, but we hope to meet her in heaven when the saints are marching on. Mommy, the vacuum you left is still empty. No one can fill. Even in death, we still love you. In Christ alone my hope is found. He is my light, my strength, my song. This cornerstone, the solid ground, firm through the fiercest drought. What of love, what depth of peace, when fears are stilled, when striving cease, my comforter, my all in all, here in the love of Christ I stand, sadly remembered by the family, at home and abroad.
This is my song, praising my Savior all the day long.
Have I done enough? Yet to be. Now my book's gone and closed. All my deeds are for show. So I lie here and wait for that day. I'm so scared.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. The death took place on Sunday the 15th of June in the United States of America of Dr. Kadi Sise. She survived by her children, Aisha Sise in the USA and Mahmoud Sise in Freetown. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 10A Godrich Road, Juba, or call on 076 550 303.
I'm too soon. But this is all up to all. He sent his angel.
The Lamboy Salon Congo families at home and abroad are hereby announcing that Mr. Joseph Lamboy, former Director General of the Sierra Leone Correctional Services, is seriously sick. His illness became worse on the 27th of May. For more information about his illness, please contact the following: Josephus Congo on 076 610 754 or Moinina Jabi on 078 367 743.
It's with deep sorrow and profound gratitude to announce the death of Michael Oduwaya, age 43. He survived by his mom, Mama Laura. Two children include Edward Oduwaya Jr., Marion Oduwaya, Afis Oduwaya, and Laura 2 Oduwaya. Brothers and sisters include Shaine Oduwaya, Ahmed Bangura, Dr. Paulina Oduwaya, Francis Oduwaya, Patrick Oduwaya, Dominic Oduwaya, Fatima Oduwaya, Edward Oduwaya, Aminata Oduwaya, Frances Oduwaya, Peter Paul Oduwaya, Ramaphosa Oduwaya, Zita Oduwaya, Madonna Oduwaya, Winnie Oduwaya, Franklin Oduwaya, Obasanjo Oduwaya, Jacob Oduwaya, and Andrew Bob Kagbo. Several family and close friends at home and abroad. Sympathizers should contact the following numbers. Several family and close friends at home and abroad. Funeral service will be held on Friday, the 4th of July at St. Peter the Rock Catholic Church, Calabar Town, Freetown at 10 a.m. and burial at Mile 1 Lonsa. May his soul rest in peace. Sympathizers may call on the following mobile numbers: 077 555 514, 076 608 891.
Laid aside his ground for my soul to win peace like a river attendeth my way when sorrows like sea billows.
Today we pause to remember the late Pastor Abdul Bangura, formerly of Vimetco, Sierra Leone Holding One Limited, Winners Chapel, Gadrich Branch, Sierra Leone, 1 year since he left us for the great beyond. Abdul was a beloved husband, son, executive, and a man of God. Pastor Abdul's kindness, warmth, and dedication to his family and community were qualities that defined his life and left a lasting impact on all who knew him. His presence brought comfort, his words brought wisdom, and his laughter brought joy. He was an incredible person. Holy the hearts that love know the sorrow of parting. Words are futile to describe the wilderness you have left us in. We are in every tear bears our secrets and open tears. Despite being away from us, we feel your loving arms wrapped around us in every step we made. You live on in hearts and memories today and every other day. Those we love don't go away. They walked beside us side by side. Unseen, unheard, but always nearby. Still loved, still missed, Abdul. A good name is better than precious ointment, and the day of death than the day of birth. Ecclesiastes 7 verse 1. From his beloved wife Caroline, Caro Baby, his loving daughter Adelia, his amazing sons Taduba, Malohima, and Sonikita, his mother Madam Kadiatu Bangoa, and his extended family and friends at home and abroad. Till we meet again, continue to rest in perfect peace.
My sin not in part, but the whole is nailed to his cross and attendeth my way when sorrows like sea billows roll. Whatever my lot.
The death announced of Madam Catherine Jatu Otagua, formerly of Otagua Compound Bo, who passed away on Sunday the 15th of June, aged 77. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on 076 601 939, 076 622 814, or 074 600 753.
With my soul, though Satan should buffet, though trial should come, let this blessed assurance control.
The death took place by drowning of Adolphus Andrew Davis, a third-year student of the Biochemistry Department, FBC, aged 21. He survived by his parents, Mr. Adolphus Davis and Mrs. Rashida Davis, sisters Adolphina Davis, Jessica Davis, Hannah Moore, and Bonilia Davis, brothers Jesse Ballet, Emric Losgrave Davis, and Sylvanus Daniel Thorpe. Grandparents Charles Davis, Mrs. Modu Kamara, Christiana Thomas, Theodora Thomas, Mrs. Mary Losgrave Davis, and Mrs. Jeremy Wilson. several aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, close friends, and other relatives. There will be a vigil on Monday, the 23rd of June at St. Matthew's Church, Aberdeen at 7 p.m. The body will be laid out on Tuesday, the 24th of June at his residence, 1 Watson Street, Aberdeen, from 11 a.m. to 12 noon, and at the church from 12 noon to 1:45 p.m., followed by a funeral service at 2 p.m., burial at the Aberdeen Village Cemetery.
My soul, it is well with my soul. Lord, hasten the day when our faith shall be sight.
In loving memory of Madame Femusu Baby Sise, who died on the 16th of June, 2024. A woman of grace, strength, and quiet wisdom, Madame Sise touched the lives of all who knew her with kindness that never sought attention and a love that never wavered. She is deeply missed by her children, grandchildren, relatives, friends, and all those who had the honor of knowing her. Her absence has left a silence that words cannot tell, but her memory continues to shine brightly in the hearts she left behind. There will be a memorial service for Madame Femusu Baby Sise on Sunday, the 22nd of June at the Chapel International Church, 2 Duarte Street, Freetown at 10 a.m. Let us gather in love and remember to share stories, lift our prayers, and give thanks for a life so beautifully lived. All relatives, friends, and well-wishers are cordially invited. May her soul continue to rest in peace.
It is well.
The death is reported of Mr. Ibrahim Charles King of the Sierra Leone Correctional Center, Port Loko, aged 39. He survived by his mother, Mrs. Mariama Lydia Koma, head teacher of St. Thomas Municipal School, Grey Bush. Father, Mr. Michael King. Stepfather, Mr. Fode W. Koma. Wife, Mrs. Awanatu King. Children, Mariama, Jeremiah, Christiana, and Marvelous. Siblings, Lydia, Marion, Mariama, Jacob, Samuel, Michael, and James. Several aunts, uncles, in-laws, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. Funeral service will be held on Sunday, the 22nd of June at the Faith in Bible Church, Town at 2 p.m. Burial at the Town Cemetery. Sympathizers may call on 077 447 241, 031 464178, or 078 738 192.
My soul.
Scheduled for August 2nd. These stories, including your messages, which you can send to the number on your screen, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc Tv Live. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we are broadcasting live from Broadcasting House near Englandville in Freetown.
program you're watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. We start the discussion proper to one of our first headline story. The presidential town hall meeting has concluded in Kenema. In this edition of the town hall meeting, thousands of citizens from diverse backgrounds gathered to engage directly with the government on key national issues. The event provided a platform for unfiltered questions on governance, education, health, energy, agriculture, gender, technology, innovation, social protection, and more. Chief Minister Dr. Senge emphasized the importance of civic dialogue and participatory democracy. On agriculture and the Feed Salon initiative, the Chief Minister highlighted the gains under the Feed Salon project and reported that Sierra Leone has achieved 50 to 70% food self-sufficiency. In the studio for more, we have the Acting Director of Information, Ministry of Information and Civic Education, Emmanuel Tuye, with us. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Good morning and thanks for having me.
So how was the experience over there in Kenema, you conducting or engaging citizens over there?
Well, basically that's the vision of the ministry as part of our targets for this year, to engage citizens and to bring forward authorities to the people. And so part of it we've already done that in Cambia, Port Loko, Moyamba respectively, and this time we were in the east of the country. But this will mark the second town hall meeting that we've held. The first one was at Bintimani and the second is in Kenema, as you highlighted. So our experience actually there, it was very interactive, and we saw a lot of people who went there to express their views and concerns, and this was the largest number of questions really actually came in when we allowed over 50 questions within the hall itself, the confines of the hall. And before that, the first day, we interacted with schools in Kenema to test their ability on how much they know about their country and what they know about civic education based on key questions that were asked. So as a whole, it was interactive and very, very interesting.
So one of the areas that you guys spoke about and questions came from was access to energy and infrastructure. So what were the response from the government side when it comes to access to energy and infrastructure in that part of the country?
Well, we all knew before this time the energy sector, which was powered by Dodo, was very, very effective, but because of time and age, the machines have to be improved on, and we see water level in the water catchment areas drop in level because of man's activity within those areas, as we see affecting the ecosystem, those forests, etc. Man's activity has affected them. So as such, the issue of water reservation that will power the machines have come down as a matter of time. And we also see the strides that government is also taking with a view that we address those issues, not only by the thermal supply, but we see CLSG coming in with power from the neighboring country, etc. So part of it is that government was very concerned and committed to addressing the issue of the people in Kenema, because energy was part of their challenge, and we all know it's a challenge even in Freetown, but the commitment made by government is to ensure that the already clean energy they have available there can be enhanced with a view to addressing the problem of energy. It may not be automatic, however, it's a process which government have made commitments to.
So, Mr. Ture, when you look at this particular engagement you had in Kenema, I followed the first day of your activities in Kenema on TV here. So, you engage schools to know, to actually know how far they've gone in knowing about their country. What What's your opinion about that particular school debate as compared to other schools, other places? For example, Moyamba. I also followed the Moyamba schools debate.
Basically, from a general evaluation and perception of people, a lot has to be done, especially in the area of civic education. At higher institutional level, we call that global study, or something that you should know about your own country. It's not only about the kids, because you may see that there are questions they could not answer. For instance, who is the Minister of Information, what is the name of your paramount chief, etc. They can't answer that. But you know, back in our days in the 70s to late 80s, we had civic education in schools, which was civics, you know. And since the outbreak of the war, the new generation coming up now do not care to know much about their country, not to even know the name of their mayors, you know. But with NACED being established, that is the National Commission for Civic Education and Democracy, a curriculum was developed with the MES, that is basic education, to enhance civic education that will help children to know their civic responsibility. So from our assessment, basically, compared to other areas, their level, you know, in terms of knowing much of what is happening within their immediate surrounding and about civic responsibility is a bit on the average. Okay. So this means, I mean, it's an indicator that we need to add more weight to that area of knowing their civic responsibility and knowing some of these common issues. You will see that there was a time questions were even thrown to the public. Even some senior people cannot answer some of these questions.
Okay.
It's a concern about
this was supposed to be a presidential town hall meeting where president was supposed to address, to interface with the public, especially people in that part of the country. Unfortunately, we did not see President Bill. What went wrong?
Well, basically, you said presidential, and in the three arms of government, we have the executive, and under the executive hand, you have the cabinet ministers, and His Excellency had so many other officials.
But this was supposed to be President Bill.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And it was supposed to be, but unavoidable circumstances that is for the common good of the country prevented him not to go. So I may not dilate on that much.
Did that in any way affected this town hall meeting?
Well, the expectation of the people basically was to see him in person. However, the objective of the program was to ensure that questions posed to him were answered by him. However, because of his absence, the chief minister had to step in. The same questions that were sent online, the same questions that were asked within the precincts of the hall, I think were answered adequately, because we had over 20 cabinet ministers also present. This means the executive arm was well represented, because His Excellency had other national commitment that was for the common good of this nation.
So what's the takeaway from that town hall meeting?
Well, basically, we've assessed, we'll do our post-assessment. However, the questions that were asked, these were sample or model questions that cut across the country, that were asked all over in terms of the 5 pillars and the National Development Plan. So it's not different actually, but the outcome is that there will be some form of ABC, attitudinal and behavioral change towards citizens' attitude in the way they are assessing developmental programs, in misinformation, because ministers were there to answer their burning questions or address burning issues. So as a whole, I think we must commend the people of Kenema for their cooperation. Since we started at 1, we ended up in the evening. It means they were very, very interested. And those questions from the 4 corners of the hall, I mean, it was appreciable. And that was where even 50 questions were, you know, accommodated than any other area.
All right, thank you very much. Continue to stay with us. We definitely have to come to you later on in the program. He is Emmanuel Ture, and he is from the Ministry of Information and Civic Education. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone. If you have questions for Mr. Ture, just send them to the number on your screen, or go to our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live, and send those questions. We continue, and I will go to another issue. The Human Rights Commission through its Directorate of Monitoring and Research, has concluded a nationwide monitoring exercise across hospitals in Freetown and the regions to assess the treatment and prevention measures for Empox. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Health has reported 37 new Empox cases in the country, and the national total is 4,085. The virus continues to spread across the country. Yesterday, the Good Morning Show hosted the Human Rights Commission's manager, Directorate of Monitoring and Research, Emmanuel Sise, who stated clearly that progress is being made in the treatment and prevention of Empox, but highlighted the lack of Empox drugs and food for the patients in some of the hospitals. We're in the studios this morning. We have the Manager, Health Education, Ministry of Health, Harold Thomas. Good morning, Mr. Thomas. Welcome to the program.
Thanks a lot for having me.
So you just, I'm sure you've seen or you heard what the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone said. They admitted, yes, the Ministry of Health is doing its best. However, there are some issues they noted in their report.
Yes, we have had some personal interactions with the Commission way long before they actually made their visits. As you said, with the Ministry of Health, the National Public Health Agency, and all development and health partners are doing their best. But as you all know, we are faced with a number of issues, and we would not want, Empox to reverse the gains that we have made in other areas. You would agree with me that we have made significant gains in, reducing maternal mortality, child mortality, and a lot of other gains. And Empox is not the only, challenge we are faced with. So there must be a fine balance between, responding to Empox and other diseases as well. Because as I usually say, we do not want, that's why we are doing all our best to make sure that we curb the spread of Empox, because we do not want health facilities to be overwhelmed with Empox cases. That is the reason why we have instituted a lot of treatment centers, which is actually separate and distinct from the normal health institutions, because we do not want people, if you have your malaria or your fracture or any other health challenge, to hesitate to go to these centers. So that is why we have designated centers, and we are doing our best to make sure that the quality or the living standards of people in the country is improved.
So, Mr. Thomas, the last time I was at the Ministry of Health, when the man leading the fight against this Empox at NPHA, he made a statement saying that the ministry is now moving to a new direction in the fight against the Empox.
That's right.
Which is, keeping the patients to stop the spread of the Empox. See, because when you say they should go home, most of them do not adhere to some of the directives that you're giving to them. So in that case, the Empox cases increase, drastically. So to curb that spread, your new directive is that you keep those patients within the hospital or the treatment centers. Now you have those treatment centers, and so I started wondering, why should the Human Rights Commission go to some of these treatment centers and discover that they are not, there's no enough drugs or food for these patients? Don't you think that it will make those patients to go back to their homes and the Empox cases keep on rising?
I don't think so. It will depend, our needs, they are difficult for us to be satisfied, but honestly, we are doing standards, at least minimum standards, because if you look at Hastings Police Training School, for example, they're having 3 meals a day. They're actually getting access to recreation and they also can communicate with their families back home. And we have safe transportation for them to go to the treatment centers. In the past, we use ambulances, but for some reason, someone would not want, people from the neighborhood to know that they are going to treatment centers. We have very nice, minibuses that we use to convey them, and after which we will actually disinfect those buses and to get ready for the next patients. And we also have equally safe transportation to bring them back home. So the story has changed. In fact, someone was telling me this morning, I want to talk to you about the increase of Empox cases. I said, no, the story has completely changed now. Since we stepped up our intervention, we said that our problem was with the community. Empox started with in the community, and it would end definitely with the community. Government, the Ministry of Health, Public Health Agency, and all would do, what they can to curb the spread, but the onus lies on the community. I mean, me and you. So since we stepped up and we worked, on the hearts and minds of people, we have seen a significant reduction in cases since the 21st, of May this year. The last time we had triple digits, that was 111. We have consistently registered double digits and in the low numbers, and we have now 50. As I'm talking to you now, today it will actually change. We have 54% decline or decrease in cases for a period of like 1 month. And yesterday I was fortunate to attend the press conference for the African CDC. It was online. It was a webinar which other different countries, around Africa, attended. And the Director General commended the Ministry of Health and the government of Sierra Leone. And he said, we used to have over 40 or 50% of the entire cases. But now the story has changed. 54% drop in about a month is no mean feat. Okay. So we are doing a lot. And if you look at the figures now, we have more cases that are being discharged than cases that are in the treatment facilities. Okay. For instance, I will just give you this. We have 3,501 patients, 3,501 people that have sufficiently recovered. They are no longer patients, they are no longer infected with Empox, they are actually integrated in the community. Out of this number that people are saying, high number, 4,221, now we only have, 694, that are active cases. And in the coming days, in the coming weeks, we will see more discharges. In fact, we are almost getting like over 50, 60 recoveries on a daily basis. Okay. So this shows that if you have Empox, you go early enough, you will come out alive. That is what is happening.
So from this report from the Human Rights Commission is just a compliment to the work you guys are doing, because they are saying you are doing well. They said it in their report. However, there are some, not all, some treatment centers that cannot provide food for the patients.
Yeah, yes, this actually, we are open to these, monitoring processes, and then this will help us to actually step up our intervention. So we have taken these ones into good faith, and then we would make sure that we improve on it, because, in every stage of what we are doing, in an outbreak situation, in an epidemic, we need to be evaluated. We cannot evaluate ourselves, and we are very willing to make sure that we improve on other areas. And these assessments, it's actually the opinions of people, and we do not take defense on anything. We would only make sure that we take these ones in good faith.
Okay, let's talk about the vaccine. You know, you are talking about the improvements Sierra Leone has made over the. That's what I say. You know, this issue of vaccine, every Sierra Leonean want to be vaccinated, and you don't have enough of that in the country. Is it one of the ways that you are using to get this Empox under control?
Of course, but vaccines are not the only preventive measures. We have several what we call non-pharmaceutical interventions that we are using, like the simple hand washing, hand hygiene, using alcohol-based hand rub, social distancing, early health-seeking behavior, and all. We have a population of about 8,000 and more, 8 million or more, in Sierra Leone. And then what we initially had was 61,300, but we have made a lot of strides in adding to these numbers. We have also secured like 20,000 from United Arab Emirates, and another 75,000 from another country, that is DR Congo, who is also battling with this disease. And then we would have some other like 50,000 as well. But if you put all of this together, it's not enough for everybody. So we are only giving these vaccines to what we call frontline workers, people whose immune systems are compromised, like people living with HIV, people with cancer, and a lot of other diseases, and also people who have comorbid conditions, who have 2 or 3 other conditions that would predispose them more than me and you, into the disease. But all is not lost as we get more and more of these vaccines will extend. If you could recall during COVID-19 pandemic, we started with, we said 65 years and above, and frontline workers, and then today the vaccines are available for everybody who is eligible. So, but the good news is, as I said, there are other non-pharmaceutical interventions. If you make sure that you wash your hands, make sure that you do social distancing, early health-seeking behavior. It's so easy for us to detect, Empox or suspect Empox. You do not need to be a physician or a health worker before you see rash on somebody. And then we have said the simple definition at community level. We have sophisticated case definitions for the medical people will just say fever and rash. So when you have fever and rash, just call 117, go to the nearest health facility and the health professionals.
Thank you very much. It is our Thomas, the manager, Health Education, Ministry of Health. So viewers, we'll go for a short break. When we return, the Good Morning Salon continues with other issues.
As the mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Inkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back. The program you're watching is Good Morning Salon, live on the Salon Broadcasting Corporation. Well, let's take our L tips. For our L tips today, we look at alcohol use disorder, also called alcoholism. This is a chronic brain disorder that goes far beyond having a few too many drinks at a party. So how can you tell the difference between overindulging on occasion and alcohol use disorder? Here are 4 warning signs to look out for. Watch and learn.
Use disorder, also called alcoholism, is a chronic brain disorder that goes far beyond having a few too many drinks at a party. And while you may think it would be easy to spot the signs of an addiction, many people living with alcohol use disorder don't recognize they have a problem. So how can you tell the difference between overindulging on occasion and alcohol use disorder? Here are 4 warning signs to look out for. Number 1, people with this disease crave alcohol. The urge to drink can be as demanding as a hunger pain. It's the foremost thought in their mind. Number 2, they are compelled to get more to drink. Getting more alcohol becomes their main objective. Number 3, a person with alcohol use disorder regularly loses control. What started as a drink with dinner turns into binges that stretch for hours. Number 4, the consequences of alcohol use disorder can rack up, but the person with the disease still doesn't stop. The disease often leads to relationship troubles, poor health, trouble at work, legal problems, and more. Even as drinking takes its toll, people living with alcohol use disorder can't stop. There is hope for people living with alcohol use disorder. Treatment is available. You may benefit from therapy, medication, and support groups. If you suspect you or a loved one is living with alcohol use disorder, confide in someone you trust. Admitting your addiction to friends, family members, and healthcare providers can be the first step to recovery.
Well, I believe we've all learned about alcoholism. So let's watch out for all of those 4 signs that have been highlighted in that video. Well, we continue the program. We go over to politics. The Sierra Leone People's Party is conducting its lower level elections all over the country. So far, the elections have been marred by violence and the PPRC had to intervene. In the studio, we have the PRO SLPP, Lionel and Slimmer. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning, Sierra Leone.
Good morning and thank you for having me here.
So, Mr. Lima, this particular, since you started your lower level elections, on several occasions after the elections were ended, see several protests to the office of the PPRC. So, the question keeps coming at what went wrong? Or is it that the SLPP never, puts in the rules and regulation, or are the ones conducting those elections not adhering to the set rules and regulation placed for those elections to be conducted?
Well, we first passed that stage where people were queuing before the office of the PPRC, protesting dissatisfactions as a result of the manner in which the elections were conducted. But the lower level itself has a mandate from the last National Executive Council meeting we had in the SLPP headquarters, which is the second highest body of the party, that charged the national officers and the national secretariats the mandates to conduct the lower level elections. And so from their timetables we are put up, but when people are competing for office, there's a lot of mistrust, and some are using money, some are using whatever strength they have within their reach But then we have the PPRC as an arbiter to make sure that they regulate the affairs of political parties to be in line with democratic best practices, to keep to the rules and regulations and also constitutional guidelines of the party and the nation as well, specifically Section 35(2) of the National Constitutions. So in circumstances where the elections are conducted and people feel dissatisfied with regards the implementations in terms of the rules, the conduct that disenfranchises them or that is not in line with democratic best practices, and gives them the opportunity to petition to the PPRC, for which cases before the PPRC we are looked into based on the merit on which they were there. So we passed that stage, but we had deficits, so we could not go forward after the district elections if PPRC had not cleared those deficits. So they did, which was what they were doing, and they completed that, and the national officers also took over again to conduct the regional elections, which is what we did yesterday. I did for the Western area, and other national officers did for various other regions.
So currently there is this issue at the Southern region when you talk about the conduct of the Southern region election. You know, even a reporter in Bo, said the elections were supposed to start at 10. It never started until 5 in the evening. There were this problem, and unfortunately, I saw a write-up going out on social media saying that the chairman has been asked technically to step aside because looking at the people that are now conducting the election for the Southern region, what is really happening?
So this is where again I'm beginning to question, because let's say for my own elections yesterday, I did not start till 3 o'clock because you want to make sure that the process is transparent. And there are guidelines also you're putting in place, and the regional office is not the one conducting the elections. Therefore, much of the administrative work could not be done by them, and so we are appointed almost a day or two to conduct the elections. So you come, you receive all the administrative materials from them, and you have to take your own administrative steps. So it has to take time. So, but I started yesterday by 3 o'clock. But what is very key, it is the chairmanship, the Secretary General, the young generations. Once you are able to, because those are the areas where you get delegates, and once you're able to accomplish that, the rest, people will stay, and then you'll be able to conduct them peacefully. And as much as you do not have personal interest in any candidate, you will conduct the process fairly. And as much as also you stand your grounds from no higher hands influencing you to do the wrong things, you'll be successful with whatever work you're doing. So for whatever is going through the social media, I can not respond to it that much because everybody has their own biases. Probably things did not go in their own favor, or somebody has his own issues against the chairman, who is also in charge, responsible for conducting the process in Bo. For what I have seen from the social media posts they're talking about, it was an issue with the financial secretary position, where they said 61 votes were avoided. Of course, from my own experience yesterday, where I had 20 voided votes, you can also not dispute that, especially at a point in time now when people were rushing to complete the process. You can put several boxes or for several positions, and you can give out voting tickets, several 1 or 2, 3 or 4 voting tickets to voters, and probably for every position you have 1 or 2 or 3 people coming out, and for those positions also they are represented by numbers. So if for any reasons delegates are to go through that kind of process, sometimes it's very obvious that they can jumble up things, and for which probably it is possible that there could be void votes. So if the chairman had conducted the process from the other positions and he was not influenced by any means, why would he be influenced by conducting the financial sector?
So Lima, if you look at what is happening in the SLBP lower level elections, you are in governance, and you are all the processes that you are doing now is what will lead to the election of a new leader of the party and other executive members. In other words, fighting again to maintain the leadership of the country. So much is expected from you, but from what we've seen, it's a bit I don't know, including social media audios where people are going against each other. Some people are even fighting. We heard of the other one in was it in Magoka, where you know all over the country. I think this is not a good sign for a ruling government.
In every competition, there has to be those challenges for any political organization. Forget about even political organization, even churches organization where people have to compete. They will have their own challenges. Certainly, that's bound. But at the end of it all, you have to see the organization interest to surpass your individual interests, which is it's a recipe to bring you together after everything. So that is why we have to play by the rules of the game to ensure fairness. So even where somebody lost or somebody loses, he is in a better position to accept the outcome, for which reconciliation will not be much of a problem. And that is where the leadership comes in if people are refusing to play by the rules.
Have you completed the process across the country?
I did mine yesterday, and I'm sure various other areas completed. I only learned for the southern region, who are yet to complete the process.
So what's happening in Bo?
Well, they had issues with, from what I learned from social media, because I actually finished late yesterday and I had one or two issues to address, so I have no follow-up in details. But from what I learned, they said they voted 61 votes for the financial secretary. That was where they had the standoff. So if that is anything to go by, then they will have to continue.
So don't you think they all need the attention of the national executive, especially for those of you who are into this national position?
The national chairman and the young generation leader are conducting the process.
In Bo.
So well, I saw a list about of the people from
So
the SFPP.
so some people
the
are
national chairman and the young generation leader, they are excluded.
So
but
that's
there are separate people who have been given the task to conduct this particular election now to carry on with the process.
So that's why I'm even wondering, because we only finished Isma to Slbc's elections yesterday, and she was re-elected as a regional trustee West. So I don't know when she'll be traveling to go and conduct the elections, because we were on the ass yesterday. So just that, and from what I've seen here, it is not carrying the party logo. It's not carrying the Secretary General's logo. So I am refusing to really go by this. However, I don't know what happened overnight, but I'm certain the chairman is the second highest authority in the party. In fact, if we take the political part of it, we are looking at party administration strictly. He's the sole head of the party when it comes to the administrative functioning of the party. So to set him aside for just an elections where I would say he has conducted up to financial secretary level, to just set him aside, well, I don't know what has happened overnight.
So that's why you are here, because you are the national public relations.
But I'm not quite certain. That is quite obvious, except for the considerations that he is the highest authority. Probably he has to arbitrate where other low-ranking officers had issues. Then he should be the one who should serve as an arbiter to mediate between them. But also, there is also an authority above him, who is the leader of the party. So if he sees that the conduct of the elections is going in such a way that will affect the political organization of the party, then he steps in to make leadership decisions in the best interest of the party.
Thank you very much. Continue to stay with us. He is Lahai Lawrence Lima. And it's been a while. We've been talking to him on phone, but on TV it's been a while.
Today
we'll have him in the studios. When we continue with the program, and now we go to sports. The Electoral Committee of the Sierra Leone Football Association has officially accepted the nomination of 4 candidates who will be contesting for the SLFA presidency in the election scheduled for 2nd August. The approved candidates are Babadi Kamara, Thomas Dadi Brima, incumbent, Umar Ba, and Aminata Bangura. Additionally, nominations for the position of Vice President 1, Vice President 2, and ex-official have also been endorsed by the committee. Where for more on this, we have our very own prolific sports reporter, Abdul Kadir, in the studios. Good morning, Abdul, and welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for that wonderful introduction.
This whole controversy of SLFA elections, SLFA constitution, and all this, we are finally here where the committee has released the name of people who are qualified for the elections.
Well, I think it's a very good start for the process itself, and I want to commend the chairman, Mohammed Binda Esquire, very farm forthright individual who has been around for donkey years, and I'm sure this time around we'll have something satisfactory at the end of the day. And it's good that we're having a female contesting for the presidency. And before then it was Aisha Johansson. She came, she said, no, Aminata Bangura. Others are saying she is new into the race, but she has been around football behind the scenes from what we've gathered, and I'm sure at the end of the day they will have a very good race. Again, that is subject to integrity and ethics checks as well. So we'll have to wait and see what will actually pan out from the checks itself and all of the arrangements put forward by the committee itself.
So for people who don't really understand the dynamics within the SLFA, the COP, you know, the executive committee has verified these candidates. The electoral committee has verified these candidates. So you want to say they are not yet 100% fit, or they have to go through some other process?
That's it. It is clearly stated there that they will have to go in. It is subject to integrity checks. You'll have to check again to see, then to ascertain whether they are fit for purpose. So again, it's not done yet.
So what is this integrity checks?
Well, they will have to check for key areas to ascertain whether this individual is fit. They will have to go through the books, financial records, the individual himself, whether he has been involved in fraudulent activities, other things, and whether he or she is fit to run and the like. Involvement or his involvement in football, because you have a female running and also the 3 male candidates. But it's good for the game when you have a very good environment, competitive one, and you'll have others to compete and to have something good at the end of the day. But the SLFA election is quite a very tough one. The race is tough, and I'm sure the media, I want to appeal to colleagues, sports journalists, let them be very professional. They should try as best as possible to be professional. They should not be probably for people to serve as PR. What they should do is that they should try as best as possible to promote the interest of the game itself and not the interest of individuals. If they continue to promote the interest of the game, then I'm sure that what journalists should embark on now, they should embark on checking the individuals to see whether they've done so much in terms of football development. What have they done in terms of developing the game? Instead of promoting it, this individual is fit to run for the SLFA president without doing any background check. For me, they should desist from such. They should now focus on checking these individuals. Go and do background research to ensure that they are fit to run for the presidency. Because at the end of the day, the development of the game matters a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdul. If you want to know more on this, tune in to the SLBC tomorrow when the SLBC sports update will be coming up on Saturday, and you will get details of that process so far. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We have another issue, Emmanuel.
The Women's Department of the Jesus is Lord Ministries, JILM Sierra Leone, will host its annual Notable Women Conference, focusing on encouraging, refreshing, and renewing women. The conference aims to help women understand their roles as children of God. Past events have included in-person and live stream attendance, outstanding biblical teaching, and diverse testimonies. For more on the Notable Women's Conference, we have in the studio Reverend Dr. Maisel Crowder from the Faith Clinic Jesus is Lord Ministry. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Good morning.
So, Doctor, this particular conference, what do you really aim to achieve in organizing a conference for women?
Thank you very much. I admire your introductory remarks because you said it all. All that you're expecting has been said by yourself. And for the woman we go pick, as it's called. We look into the Bible and then choose various women with good characters, because also are women with bad characters in the Bible. We have the hospitable woman, the humble woman, the chosen woman, the woman of faith, etc., etc. And then Apostle Dora Dumbia, Mama Dumbia as she is known as, and when she's doing the ministration, teach a lot about the characters of these women so that when we hear it, we should put it into practice to cause better impacts in our lives and in our homes.
So the program is tagged as the woman we God don't pick.
Yes.
So is it that if a woman does not attend that conference, she has not been chosen by God?
Not at all. God pick we all. If you yourself sitting there, the man we God pick. You not the man we God pick. You said not the man we God pick. And Mr. Lima and also our brother here is the man we God pick. So they're all going to come.
So what's new? Because we've had several messages, we've been hearing several messages. You know, what is the new experience that a woman, if a woman attend such a conference, the individual will get?
Well, we'll have a better Sierra Leone because you know that women play roles in society, in the marketplaces, in the office, etc. You know, in the churches as well, and in the mosque, they play a greater role.
Okay, doctor, so now that you're having this is not the first time. Of course, I've been following some of your
24th.
activities. Yes,
24th time.
This is the 24th time
Yes,
you are
please.
holding this.
Yes, please.
So, what should women expect for those women who will be going to attend this?
But they should expect all the best, everything that they've been wishing for, all their dreams, positive dreams, not negative dreams, that all will come to pass and that God will fulfill their heart desires.
And when is the conference starting?
It's going to start on the 25th, 26th, 27th, we rest on the 28th on Saturday, and Thanksgiving service followed on Sunday.
And the venue?
Tower Hill, Jesus is Lord Ministry, the church where they call Mary Dumbuya Church. Yes.
So what's the time? The
okay, and from Wednesday, Thursday and Friday starts at 4, and on Sunday the Thanksgiving starts at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Reverend Dr. Kalba. She's from the Jesus is Lord Ministry, as they are set to hold another. Now, the woman we got pick.
I hope you'll be there.
Yes, definitely. I'll be there to be part of this whole event. And this is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We still have Lahai Lawrence Lima in the studio. And Mr. Lima, do you think the people of Sierra Leone should again trust the leadership of this country into the hands of your party when people will say even in-house we are not able to put self together?
So tell me, which political party in this country is better organized than themselves?
So we are only talking to the SN.
I understand, but I'm just talking. When it comes to organization where people are vying for position, which party is better organized in terms of picking their next executive as compared to themselves?
But you have to tell us. We are not politicians.
Okay, the fact that we play by the rules and we're able to elect our officials in spite of disagreement, I would say yes. Every house or every family has their own disagreement, but in as much as that disagreement is not amounting to the magnitude of destroying the organizational cohesiveness, then I would say yes. Because at the end of it all, they are putting together executive that will run the affairs of the party and leaving the party in cohesiveness.
All right, thank you very much. We'll have to host you again so that you tell us more about your party.
That's when they must have concluded the election.
So quickly, when because of the sport, you know, Sierra Leone has been appointed as the senior internal auditor manager at SCAF. You know.
That is a huge news.
Yeah, that's a significant achievement for Sierra Leone football, considering the fact that we've not been able to probably scale to the windows of CAF. So now we've got a voice there, a very big voice. So it will be very vocal in terms of pushing for developmental the activities of Sierra Leone football. Now currently the MA course is on for referees in both, and before we saw the practical session for male and female referees with senior equally within the corridors of CAF. I'm sure with all of these we can consolidate our gains.
The more reason why
they should come together and avoid the issue of witch hunting.
They should copy from game. They should copy from scratch.
Definitely start conducting a very peaceful election. Oh, SLFA will have something, a replica of that.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we go over to the review of our local tabloids. I start with A to Z newspaper. It has so many stories, but I take few. SLCB and Republic Bank Ghana signed strategic agreement. Jethro applauds Chief Justice efforts to combat human rights. This story is plus more you get in the A to Z newspaper.
From the A to Z, we go to the Standard Times. Standard Times newspaper misleading public on cost of fare. Native Consortium Director fumbles. This goes with a picture of Edmond Abu and appointment of First Bank Sierra Leone celebrates excellence. These stories plus more you find in the Standard Times newspaper.
And the next one I have here is a Pyramid newspaper. It says Parliament investigates alleged child trafficking. The photo of the speaker there. Dark days ahead of Sierra Leone's electricity was dipping. The photo of Kande Unikela. This story is plus more you get in the Pyramid
My
newspaper.
next take is Awareness Times newspaper. Awareness Times newspaper opens with a banner headline: a sudden change of venue announced by Party Secretariat. SLPP women's elections move to Kenema City. Sierra Leone evacuates its citizens from Iran. And finally, NRA rolls out digital cash registers to curb tax evasion.
And my final newspaper is the Awoko newspaper. It says Paramount Chief reinstated President orders return of Guama Mende leader. Bo and Kenema set to enjoy reliable electricity in 18 months. IGP boosts crime fighting agencies with computer donation. This story is plus more you get in the Awoko
And my final take for today is the political newspaper. Political newspaper, another lightning strike kills 2. Empox nearly destroyed me, so according to Survival. And Salon calls for diplomacy over Israel-Iran war. Judge threatens to dismiss murder case. These stories plus more, including sports, for those of you who are interested in local sports and also international. You find it on the political newspaper. You must be reminded that views expressed in these newspapers do not in any way reflect the views of the SLBC. We are merely reviewing what the newspapers and their editors are saying. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We have to go. Emmanuel, time is not in our favor.
And they say every good thing must come to an end. This is how we're going to cutting out of today's edition of Good Morning Sierra Leone. We want to say very big thank you to our studio guests, you, the viewers, and also our production crew, especially our producer, Daphne Zainab Kamara. Before we leave you, let's take the quote again. It's from an Indian politician, Rahul Gandhi, and it says, democracy is about non-arbitrary decision. Democracy is about spreading decision. It is not about destroying processes. Good Morning Sierra Leone returns next week, same time. Stay glued to the SLBC. I have been Emmanuel Samuel.
And Francis Bernard is my name. Have a lovely and wonderful day. And thanks for allowing us in your offices and in your homes. Good Morning Sierra Leone, as Emmanuel said, definitely returns next week. Till then, have a lovely and wonderful weekend and make sure you keep away from Empox. Good morning.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruits and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, meat for
very pleasant good afternoon and welcome to the podium, the final segment for this week. Today is June 20th, 2025. We'll start with our quote of the week. Comes from South African President Nelson Mandela, and it says, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." In this edition, we shall be speaking to the National PRO for the SLPP on the just concluded regional elections across the country. Government signs MOU with Agro Corporation for the Lunge Bridge construction. ECOWAS deploys field team to support in the fight against Empox, and we shall be speaking to the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education on the forthcoming Becare. All the stories, including your messages, which you can send to 030-073719. You can follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. It's the podium. To the program, you can be part of our conversation this afternoon. Follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl, or you can text us on 030-073719. The Salon People's Party yesterday concluded its regional party executive elections, with the southern region that will be concluded today. For further discussions on that, I have the national PRO for the SLPP, Lawrence Lima. Good afternoon, Lima. Welcome to the program, sir.
Good afternoon, Salman. Thank you for having me here.
How has it been for, I know initially during the lower level up to ward level, there has been a lot of controversy, internal party wrangling. The PPRC is also overwhelmed with lots of reports of dissatisfaction among party executive, but you also concluded the regional amidst all that challenges. How has it been for the party during these elections?
Well, it's been very trying, but what has been our guideline has been the fact that we had our authority from the National Executive Council, which is the second highest body of the party. And in our last National Executive Council meeting, it was resolved that the party national officers through its national secretariat should conduct the lower level elections, which should lead us to up to the National Young Generation Council elections. And so at the lower level part, it has been very challenging. By what I mean, when we look at it from the zonal, sectional level, that is the most challenging part, and for which we had a lot of mistrust, controversies, for which the ABITA that regulates the affairs of political party, which is the political parties regulations, the PPRC, was involved. They have helped us so far to be able to manage some of those challenging issues we had, which has taken us to the regional levels. And by God's grace, once the southern region is concluded today, we'll be set for the Women's Council elections.
What were these issues during those elections?
Well, like I mentioned, mistrust is one critical factor, where people think that processes are not being conducted fairly, they are being disadvantaged, either because somebody is using authority wrongly, or somebody is using finance over their own financial constraints. And so these are all the issues that has been boiling around, and also probably some other factors, people be behind the scene also dictating the pace. So it's been a little challenging, but amidst all of those, the rules and regulations are there. The constitution also is there, which has been the guiding document for us to be able to conduct the elections. And going by those rules, we have been able to reach conclusions. And for some people, for whatever, no matter how you implement the rule for them, they have to win by all means. And so that is the stage where the leadership comes in now to make decisions to move the party forward from the point of keeping the party in stalemate. Aside
people complaining to PPLC, internally, are there structures to address some of these burning issues, be it mistrust, fairness, people using money or influence to just disrupt the process, or the party just sweeping it under the carpet?
Well, there are always complaint committees set for every stages. If we are doing the zonal level, you have complaint committees set up at constituency levels, and of course complaint committees set up to district, regional level, as far as the national levels. But again, sometimes for us to really let our people understand that we are working in their best interest, we always bring in the PPRC as an external body to be able to validate or to give external validation to how we manage our internal democratic processes, so that even those who actually lose, they will feel satisfied by the fact that, of course, there was PPRC involved, and the manner in which they looked at the issue is fair, and they are satisfied with the process. Because normally what the PPRC do when those complaints are before them, they invite the national officers, and also if the issue is the issue has occurred at constituency level, the constituency executives that are involved will also be invited to come there.
But it appears as if the party was not able to address some of those issues, because again, we also, it's not a secret. In fact, for close to 2 weeks, some people constantly are, at the offices of PPRC, and it appears that PPRC is also, they're actually overwhelmed with some of these complaints. So again, the question is, were these complaints committee actually effective to do their work?
They were, but like I said, mistrust. And it's not really that the party was not really able to handle the issues, but managing people, human beings, were dynamics. As Alma, you sit there, I can never predict what is in your mind, except you manifest that before I know what you are thinking. So it's a very complex thing to manage people, and sometimes you have the rules, but there are certain angles people will come from that probably the rules does not make provision to address. And so sometimes you also need a third-party intervention to be able to help you manage the process, because for whatever it is, the PPRC's involvement is really in tandem with their own act, and also Section 35(2) of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, which says we have to keep our internal party dynamics in line with the national constitutions to ensure that it is democratic. And what democratic principles are advocating fairness, transparency, and the rule of law should be applied properly and without fear or favor to any manner of persons.
Two key issues also came up during, especially at the lower level elections, is about incumbency and the aspect of, interference. For example, the Kenema situation, the Tonkoli situation, we also saw at government level some actions were actually taken, because fingers were actually pointing about people who are still in authority, are holding executive position, who may want to also be re-elected, at the aspect of even inflating delegate lists and all. Moving forward from the regional, are you also learning lessons from those elections? Yes. These are two critical issues. You see two different lists, and people were saying that because it's as a result, maybe the chairman of the sector want to re-run again, so he inflates the list in his or her favor.
In my view, I always have this view that we have to really review the manner in which we select or elect our delegates, because if we continue this way, it will lead to something that will actually leave the parties in crack or very disorganized. Because the manner, the trend in which we are moving towards selecting or electing our delegates, it has serious ramification for the future. So it's something we need to review.
How are delegates elected? Let's start at the ward level. Who is qualified to be a delegate?
Well, in the first place, you have to be an active party member. You have to carry party cards. If you do not have party cards, your participation, your involvement with the party, because at that levels, the local authorities should be able to see or certify your performance, your participation with the party. That is why when we go at that lower level, at the zonal level, normally we involve local authorities to verify the participation of our membership. Because we are trying to avoid a situation where the collective members, or if a good section of the membership will say, oh, when you were doing your elections at this level, you did not acknowledge us, you did not recognize us, you segregated us. So we want to avoid that. That is why we have taken our time to making sure that we involve every membership of our party. So at the lower level, we are at that mass phase, and where we start, that's the start point of really getting the delegates. And so at that level, it's challenging, but we've been able to surmount them. And so once we move from there, we come to constituency. Some areas you do chiefdom. From chiefdom you come to constituency levels, and from there we look at districts, then we come to region. From region we go to the.
But do you think as a party you got it right at the chiefdom level?
Yes.
Because again, most of these complaints came from the chiefdom, and even the aspect of violence, it started from the chiefdom level, and for many people that is yet to be addressed, even when you are now moving towards your national election.
Well, like
do you think that foundation is stronger?
Yeah. Well, like I told you, for whatever reason, no matter what you do, even if you apply all the rules, for some people, they have to win. If they do not win, no, the process is unfair. They have been segregated. They have been disadvantaged. But there are rules, and that is why we make provisions that if you feel dissatisfied, petition, and let your petition comes with merit. Once it comes with merit, it will be looked into and it will be addressed accordingly. And the first part of it, of course, we had chunk of petitions before the PPRC, and for me, they were satisfactorily addressed, case by case basis, analyzing the report on its merits, and where it lacks merit, of course, they will just dismiss it.
But again, at chiefdom level, the start of that election, incumbency also showed up for many people who think they could be re-elected or wanted to go into the contest. Also, there are a lot of flaws, because some people complain that if I know that if I put Mr. A, B, and C, I could likely win the election, I'm going to forcefully put them on the list.
But that's a mistake, and for me, that's where
that list was a serious problem across the country.
That's a mistake where people just fighting for delegate, putting delegate there and there. You can't guarantee whether the delegate, even you were fighting for, will continue to support you. I've seen that so many times in the period that I have served this party. All I believe in, if you are very genuine, you're working in the interest of your people. When it comes to time, certainly they will consider that strongly. So because people are really fighting to own their own delegate, this person is fighting to own his own delegate, they are losing focus of the fact that it is an organizational cohesiveness we're working towards. Because in as much as I'm holding my own delegate against that other delegate, I'm using money, I'm using power to influence the outcome, and in the process you're leaving a chunk of the other people dissatisfied. So if you have your own delegates now, you've taken them that these are my delegates. Maybe you will not have the number enough to be able to give you the vote you're looking for. In as much as you've participated in creating that divisions, how would you be confident to meet the other delegates to campaign so that you're able to make the required figure to add up to what you already have?
What's the danger if the party continues on this path, regardless of this complaint from people who think that they don't have influence, they don't have money, but they have sacrificed so much for the SLPP? If these issues are not addressed, even as you head towards the 2028 elections?
Well, not only 2028 elections. The party has really been an institution for which people really not leave for whatever the circumstance. But if it continues this way, I see a lot of people go in silence, becoming disinterested in politics, and that is not good for a nation, not just for the SLPP. So for me, it's something we really have to review. It's something we have to come back to the drawing board and see how we reapproach this issue of having delegates to vote in elections. Because the manner in which we are going with it, it's really bad. We are losing sight of the fact that anyone who wins is the SLPP that has won. So we are losing sight of that fact when we are going in for our own delegates. And in the process, it's leaving the party very divisional in cracks and leaving a lot of job for the leadership to work on. And that is bad. And I will tell you, I'm a Mende man by tribe, but I know the Mende man. when he harbours grudges, it's very difficult to talk to him. You will talk to him if he knows he hasn't got the upper hand. You say, okay, I've heard you, but you will not tell what is in his mind, except he demonstrates that in his actions. And that's more the reason why we have to be very careful how we handle issues that has to do with our people, you know. So for me, we've tried to reach this level so far, and for certain, the higher we go, the lesser the problems, because we have defined delegates now who are voting and who are also up to that level to make better decisions now, as opposed to that very lower level. So as we are going higher, actually the problem is resolving. But now we have a job after everything to also move in the spirit of reconciliation to reconcile the party.
Okay. As a PR, what does the party also make of what's happening in the southern region?
Well,
is this something that the party is pleased about? Because again, this has a direct link to the party national chairman who was overseeing that elections. Look how it ended yesterday.
Because for what I followed, based on even this social media thing I saw, was that he had conducted the elections up to the national, up to financial sector level. So if there was no rancor up to that stage, why would anybody think that he wants to influence the position for the financial secretary to the displeasure of others? Maybe they were
even allegation that he was paid some amount of money.
This Presadi. I don't think he's the Presadi I know. If that was the case, probably they would not have gone up to that level of having the standoff at the financial secretary level.
But we also saw a decision by the party that a new team now is with the responsibility to conduct the human elections that will start exactly at 12 today in Bo. And he was asked to step aside.
If that is anything to go by, it's probably the candidate think that they cannot trust his leadership to conduct the process at that level, and it's about the interest of the candidate.
What's the danger there?
There is
national chairman.
No, there's
less
none.
A person.
There's none. Even for myself, like the one I was conducting yesterday, if one of the candidates says, "I'm not comfortable with this man conducting the elections," if he has justified reasons why I should not conduct the elections, then of course I will recuse myself.
What is different from their own election in the south and that for which you conducted in the western here, which was for many people it was very successful, peaceful, and all?
Well, because I do not take any.
What do you make differently? What do you think was different?
I did not take any special interest in anybody. I came with an open mind to conduct the process based on the rules and regulations, and I am sure, of course, I would not even think that anybody will have to pick phone and say, that's my candidate fight. No, that nobody will even imagine to pick phone and call me on that, because we have to discuss it on the interest of the party. If I have to do that, if you have to talk to me on that, I will ask you, whose interest does this have? The party or you? And so if you have to convince me it's the party, I said, then let's play by the rules. If you will not convince me it's your personal interest, of course you will not even pick phone and talk to me about that. So for me, I did not come under anybody's influence. I did not come to conduct the elections with any specified interest for anybody who has to win. I came based on the rules, based on the fairness of the process, based on the eligibility of the candidates, and conduct the process and allow the delegates to make their decisions.
Was the election also peaceful as a result of some positions went unopposed? Because I know one position that was hotly contested has to do with the chairman.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the the districts in the PPRs that has so many of the lower level election petition has to do with the Western area. So how did you get it right at a regional level?
Like I said, of course, the chairman himself had worked considerably for the party at this region, and he's been there over time, and he has wealth of experience. Of course, this region is very cosmopolitan. We want to have that representation who can earn us the winning, in spite of the number of period for which he has served. But he's for now the capable person, the capable hand to be able to deliver for the party, who has that level of experience also to serve as a bridge between us and even the opposition when we now come to the national competition. So we need that level-headed leadership within this particular region, of course, that will be able to handle the opposition as well as also managing our own party. So he has worked over time, and he knows how to play the politics. He's a grassroots man.
Who is this individual we are talking about?
Honorable Masodumboya. He's a grassroots man, and of course he's loved by every rank and file of the party, in spite of every other thing. The only reason for which some other people wanted him out, because they said he's now an old man. But if he's effective and he has a very good secretary, he has a very good deputy, he can still direct them and guide them through the process. And for me, so he had an overwhelming vote without any influence yesterday.
Alright, I'll come back to you. Lord, continue to be with us, National PL for the ruling SLP. Let's move on now to another issue this afternoon. The basic education certificate examination is the mandatory exam taken by pupils in the final year of junior secondary school. In Sierra Leone itself as a transition point determining whether pupils can progress to secondary education. It's a high-stake exam that assesses pupils' knowledge and skills acquired during their junior secondary education. To give an update on the exams, I have in the studios the PRO Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Augustine Bami Anthony. Good afternoon, Bami. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, Salma. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, I just want us quickly to go back and look at the WAS, just as a form of update, and later we'll be talking about the Becker. How has it been for this year's WAS?
So in addition to WAS, we have also successfully conducted the National Primary School Examination and PSC, and WAS is going to end today, the 20th of June 2025, and it's relatively calm. We all know how WAS has been conducted in Sierra Leone, the issue of malpractice, the issue of leakage, the issue of the anti-corruption scorpion squad getting hold of candidates, spying in school, in classes of centers. But for this year, we really have relatively quiet exams, except for isolated cases here and there of issues that are legitimate that we are able to fish out, including overage, including people who we are not part of, who are not qualified to write the exams, but went to write the exams. And that's apart from that, we really have gotten a very quiet and peaceful WAS exams this year.
Okay, let's talk. We spoke to the public affairs manager for WAEC, Mr. Sally and Kamara. The issue of exam malpractice again showed up, and this time it implicated those who are actually supervising those exams. He said during their visit, a lot of forms were actually uncovered, and these forms are not actually by the people's, by those that's actually serving as invigilators. In fact, there is this scheme they are now running. You pay 50 or 30 and they'll buy it up or use this AI to help the students, answer these questions, and a lot of this scam thing happened during the exam. How is the minister also looking at that aspect? Because I think every year they are changing the dynamics of the exam malpractice.
So you also have to agree with me that we are now living in the world of AI, the world of social media. So there are a lot of challenges in addition to the previous ones, the traditional type of malpractice that we had. But for the invigilators, who are the supervisors of the exams, they have to sign up to a few documentations before they undertake such responsibility, and one of which is to protect the integrity of the exam. So if anybody is found wanting, aiding and abetting malpractice at the centers, then you have yourself to blame, because you have to face the full force of the law. I think that is what we will say for now, because a lot of times people say we instead have to go after the candidates instead of the invigilators. But we also have to understand that for the seizure of papers that people always grumble about, the examiners really come in contact with the papers and not the invigilators. So the first people to really apprehend will be the student that write the exams. So if they realize that your exam script was manipulated, and then it's going to be withheld. So for that is said. But for the supervisors who are put in charge to conduct the exams, they face the Anti-Corruption Commission, because in our Basic and Senior Secondary Education Act, it is very clear that everybody that has a role to play in the examination process, be it NPSC, Becker, and WAS, has to sign up to a few integrity policies, and if you breach them, then you individually face the law. That's what's possible to happen.
Any updates on the overage? Because the last time we spoke, you said that the ministry is now looking into the issue.
Yeah,
how far with that investigation?
Few things we need to let people understand. We do not have overage in school. Yeah, we heard that on social media. Everybody was saying because the woman has 40 or 45 years. So we really do not have overage at our exams, for our exams. What we have are procedures. If you are going to write the Becker, meaning you must have written NPSC before. Valid NPSC result must be produced before you write the Becker. If you are going to write the WAS exams, meaning you must have really had Becker results, a valid one. You must have passed 5 subjects, including English or maths. So within that period, 3-4 years, you must have been able to write the exams. But for somebody who really did not attend SSS 1, SSS 2, and SSS 3, just being admitted into SSS 3 to write the exams, that person is not qualified based on the new procedure of producing the pre-cast system, the cast 1, cast 2, cast 3. So that woman was really not brought out of the examination for her to be interrogated because of her age. It was really to know whether she went through the process of SSS 1, SSS 2, and SSS 3. So there are a lot of things that the social media got wrong that I need to also say here. First of all, we have investigated. She said she was 45 years. First was 28 years, and she denied to say she was 45 years. When we investigated, she was on the paper 38 years. Well, she agreed that she didn't she didn't sit the exams, she didn't go to the school SSS 1, 2, and 3. But if you check on the WAS entries, you could see that she has grade for SS1, SS2, and SS3, so that is also manipulated.
Under which school?
Jamie Littleton. We also have been able to check her Becker result. She is not in charge of the Becker result. The Becker result is not hers. So a lot of this is social media. We have to be very careful with social media. People will have to really paint in colors that they want. But the fact is, we as the Ministry of Basic and Teaching and Secondary Education want to be following the right procedures. So we let this information quietly to the general public to let them at least be able to know what is happening as an update. But the investigations are continuing. The Teaching Service Commission is calling on the head of school.
Any action on the teacher or the head of school?
Yeah, sure. So the Teaching Service Commission is investigating that, and we'll come back to the public to let the public know what.
Let's talk around preparation for Becker.
So Becker is going to be the last exam for this year, the last public exam for this year, and will commence next week, Wednesday, on the 25th of June to the 4th of July 2025. You could realize that for a very long time, this is the first time we've really written exams Becker in June. It has always been in July, July 27 to August 10 or 11 or so. But the previous years, we have been able to learn that we have been getting too much of rains in July. So for last year, for example, we had a very serious thunder and lightning in the morning that we had to postpone certain papers by time. Mathematics was supposed to have been taken by 8:30. We pushed that to 10 to 11 or so. Some areas even later than that. So we all have started to say, let's bring it forward. But more so importantly, we are also making use of the same teachers to conduct the exams, to mark the papers. So WAS is going to end today. Immediately they are going to commence marking. So if we leave Becker till July, they have to pause the marking and go back to the examination centers to conduct Becker. And by that time we will see that we'll have the results will come out very late. So this time we have said we're going to do everything together.
So let's give a statistic, how many schools and pupils will be taking the Becker?
So in total, we have 130,110 candidates that will be writing the exams, that are registered for the exams, this year the Becker exams. And we disaggregated, we have about 38,000 female, and 68,000 female and 62,000 male will be writing the exams. And we have 1,986 schools that registered for the exams. We have 366 centers. This time we have also added another 4 centers to the previous year.
Where are the centers added?
Yes, so we had problems with Falaba areas, but when it's the rainy season, we realize that it's very difficult to go through those areas. So we have established new centers at Falaba to ensure that candidates stay around their various constituents, their various chiefdoms, and to write the exams. So that is a good thing to share to the general public.
So let's talk around how again you're going to give a clean slate to this exam, because again I just told you about the wide observation on the aspect of kids now utilizing technology to do exam malpractice. So how is also the ministry is at top of this?
So a few things we have been backing with. One was that parents would love to have their kids write the exams in GSS2. They frog them to go write GSS3. So we've been able to put that under control. There's a press release to the effect that we don't tolerate that.
How do you monitor that?
Yes, we have worked with our school authorities. That's why we have our quality assurance officers who are making the rounds to ensure that that doesn't happen. But also, in addition to the school authorities helping us, we also have strong teacher policies. You know, with the teacher code of conduct is saying if you are found wanting doing that, they will face the penalties. So I think that is also a deterrent from for the teachers not doing that. This is helping the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education to ensure that we conduct very good exams going forward. We have been able to conduct peaceful exams, and people have to also understand that throughout 5-6 years now for NPSC and BECE, we hardly have problems with NPSC and BECE because they are national exams. WASC is an international exam, so we need to understand that the rules are set by the international body, by a council. But for NPSC and BECE, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education has a huge authority over. We have some hegemony where we can even decide to change it, to shift the date, because it is an internal exams. So then our kids at that level are not really much exposed to some of malpractices that we see at the WASC level. So we have been finding it not much difficult to handle them, and that's why we have been conducting our exams very well. And we also see the results, that the results are very fine over the period. We saw 96% pass it, we have seen 88% pass it. So I think we are getting it right at the basic and senior secondary examination level. It is also going to go into the senior secondary very soon, because we have been able to, for example, the area of the 45-year-old woman that was brought out served as a deterrent. So a lot of people who really want to beat the system to go into the exam. So we'll get there one day.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Bami Anthony. Continue to be with us. Let's move on now to our lead headlines this afternoon. According to latest updates, the country has recorded 53 new cases of Empox and 74 individuals recovering from the virus. The cumulative number of confirmed Empox cases in the country now stands at 4,151. Of these, 3,442 individuals are fully recovered, with 25 deaths. Meanwhile, in response to the increase, the ECOWAS Regional Center for Surveillance and Disease Control has deployed a field team to support national efforts. For more on that, we have a regular face, Harold Thomas, who is the Health Education Manager, Ministry of Health. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. Welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so I just gave an update so far. Again, the number of deaths, 25. The cumulative figure stands at 4,151. It appears as if there's an increase on a daily basis. What's responsible for this?
No, I beg to differ.
Why?
This is not the case. In fact, yesterday's results, we had 37 new cases instead of 53, as you said. Okay. And we have consistently recording double digits since 1 month now. From the last time we recorded triple digits, that was 101. It was on the 21st of May. And since then, consistently, the numbers have dropped considerably. And
you mean the new cases?
For new cases, okay, they have dropped consistently. What you are seeing, the 4,000, these are cumulative numbers.
Well, these are also not small numbers, no?
No, cumulative numbers. It means that we are recording from the first case. We would continue to record until we count 42 days, that is 2 incubation period with no case, and that number will still remain, but it does not mean that we have 4,000 and plus with Empox. We only have, I will say only have, because of the comparative number, 694 cases that are active compared to 3,501 cases that have completely or sufficiently recovered. So meaning we in fact we have 26 deaths, not 25, and the recovery rate for yesterday was like 20, and so meaning we have had 54% decline in cases, since for a 1 month period. So the number has considerably declined.
What
so
can you attribute to this? So what can you attribute to this 54%?
So right now we have changed our strategy. I told you the other day that Empox is we have wide community spread, and it starts in the community and it will end in the community. In spite of all our efforts, if there is no cooperation from the community, we would not get any headway. So what we did about a month ago, we made sure that we stop all home isolation, because we have realized, because we are dealing with the science, we have realized that one case, the multiplication rate for a case is 2.3, meaning one person will infect 2 or 3 persons if that person is at home. Meaning, but now we have made sure that every confirmed case will go to an isolation center or to a treatment center. So if you have Empox, you would not, you would not infect anybody at home or in the community, because you would be at the treatment center. And if you are being discharged, you will go home, and it's just one case. So the multiplication rate now we are moving towards 0. So meaning in the past, within 2 weeks, one person, like 100 cases, would actually infect between 200, 250 and 300. So that is why we have gotten this huge drop in cases. Just yesterday I attended the press conference, virtually for the African CDC, in which all the countries around Africa actually joined. And the Director General of the African CDC made it clear, in fact, they congratulated Sierra Leone, because the story has changed from one of the contributors of Empox, with that high number. We have actually declined in the number of cases we are registering. But what we want to even make sure that we maintain these gains, and we make sure that these numbers go down until we occasionally be registering maybe single digits or 0. So that's the story now.
Okay, so how will you relate this success story you claim to the reports already presented, district report by the Human Rights Commission? I don't know if you're aware. They visited some of the treatment centers across. There are challenges, the aspect of drugs, the aspect of food, the aspect of beddings.
Yes, that is completely different altogether. I am talking about the epidemiology of the disease.
I agree. But you also cannot avoid.
No, we cannot avoid. I'm coming to that.
Okay.
I actually personally interacted with the Human Rights Commission. I think weeks before they went to the center, and we made the way for them to visit the centers, and you will find out that we have what we call treatment centers, like the one in the police training school, which has 400 beds. We have another facility in Wellington with 50 beds, and we have facilities across the country. The reason for doing that is we do not want to reverse the gains we have made, in the health sector. Because if you look at, the data, we are maternal mortality have dropped considerably, infant mortality, the malaria infection rates, and a number of other gains. So if we continue to, admit patients in those other facilities, we would actually concentrate all our efforts, and people would also be afraid to visit these health facilities. That is why we have taken this move, and that is paying very, very good dividend. And now if you go to some of these treatment centers, these established ones, they're having 3 meals, very good nutrition, meals a day. We have what we call safe transportation to take them to and from the health facility. And these are not ambulances, they are very nice minibuses that we are using, because we are trying to guard against the issue of stigma, because someone would not want maybe people from the neighborhood to see him or her going into an ambulance, for instance. So we are doing all of this. But there are instances in some of these districts wherein we are yet to set up separate isolation centers in those areas. But the reason why we are doing this, we do not want, if you have like your normal operation cases, surgeries, or your normal admissions, we don't want people to commingle in those health institutions. We want separate, these people to be in separate areas. So there would be one or two problems here and there, but this one is just like less than maybe 1 or 2% of the entire story. Because
are you questioning the report? Do you think
no,
it's
I am
authentic?
no, I am not. What I'm saying is, we are very happy for them to have visited these centers, because these feedbacks will take it into, take it in good faith, and we will be able to improve this situation. But let us be reminded that there are other issues in health other than Empox, so we would not concentrate all our efforts, in those treatment centers.
The infection, the chain of infection is also paramount, no? So if you have people already in the treatment center, if you are limited drugs, the food is not available. These are critical issues that cannot be swept under the
Looking
carpet.
at drugs, there are no specific drugs for Empox. These are what we call syndromic management, symptomatic treatments. So there is no specific, like if you have like for malaria, you have anti-malaria drugs. For infections, we have antibiotics. For worms, we have anti-emetics and all of these. There is no specific. They treat according to the signs and symptoms, what they call syndromic management. So we do not expect them to see drugs, say this is for Empox.
Do you
no.
provide food for them?
Of course, they are giving food 3 times a day. So you see this, yeah.
Then why are they giving another information to the human? Because they were interviewed, no?
Well, I'm not arguing this, but I'm saying whatever report comes out of this, we'll take in good faith and we'll make sure that we improve. But we are seeing our moves now. The story has completely changed, and we will continue to go in this direction so that we'll make more gains.
Okay, let's talk around this ECOWAS Regional Center for Surveillance. How do you think this could be helpful in the fight, their deployment?
Well, yes, because they are adding value to all core capacities. Because we in the incident management systems, we have different core capacities like risk communication, medical countermeasures, case management, points of entries, and all. And so when these people come, because of their experience and they are dealing, with, the region, they will be able to help us. For instance, they have now helped us to set up mobile laboratories in different areas. We have specific static laboratories. So we have now laboratories that we can move to any village, any area, so that we can do more testing, and you are seeing the results. And also for even case management, or even other, even for the overall management of the incident management, or what some other countries will call incident command system. They are also helping us to build capacities, and we are also sharing experience across the board.
How long will they be in country, and how many of them
are they deployed? Well, from time to time there are certain people that would come and go, and some of them will be here for 2 weeks, some of them will be here for a month, depending on what they are trying to do. The reason why we want these people to be with us, because now we are seeing these numbers, and people are saying, oh, Sierra Leone has recorded 4,000 and above. These numbers are high. Liberia, for example, they had their first case 2024 January, 1 year before we had our own case. And now they are having like 77 active cases, and they are telling us that they have like 200 cumulative cases. But the reason is there is no standard, in reporting cases. Whilst we would treat and test every case and record cumulatively, some countries, as soon as they have established that this is as a result of the Empox, or the virus that causes Empox is the monkeypox virus, orthopox, genus, they would now be treating cases according to signs and symptoms. These are probable cases. Some of them are not actually treating and testing. So they may report 400, 500, 1,000, whilst we have reported 4,000. It does not mean that we are not doing well, but what our own standard, we are sticking to this standard. For instance, during the Ebola outbreak, we are recording the highest. Guinea, for example, or some other countries are not consistently doing tests. But when they see these signs and symptoms, these are what we call syndromic management, and there is no standard. But if they are coming here, then maybe they will try to put standards, and we can actually compare, between those countries that are reporting. So this is why we need this oversight.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Mr. Harold Thomas, Health Education Manager, Ministry of Health. Let me bring in the National Health. Lima, let's talk around the internal structures in conducting, this type of election. Do you think the internal structures within the party, you got it right amidst all this chaos in some communities?
Oh yeah, we had challenges, but that doesn't mean we did not get our objective right. Because if we have not got that right, if we have not got that right, we are not going to be where we are today. And so at every stage we have challenges. We have to manage those challenges and resolve them, and then we move to the next stage. Because we are not going to get to the other stages if we have not been able to complete the deficits. We know there could be dissatisfaction there and there, but we try to go in for the best possible options where challenges are there, where we face challenges. Because we could not allow those challenging moments to hold the party to ransom or to stalemate. We have to make progress. So in as much as we are at the regional levels, yes, we did our best to get to this level where we are today.
Some delegates complain, beside the delegates, even your membership, some across the country complain that even the complaints committee set up at the party level, they are virtually just there, but they are virtually not working. And they are saying that you have external factors who virtually is controlling the party.
The reason
as a result of influence. So many times this complaints committee had virtually nothing to do because there's someone somewhere who's actually influencing, dictating the pace at where these elections should be done.
I'm not saying there are no problems. There are really issues in the party, but we're managing it. We're managing it for us to be able to replace or re-elect executive, because we are elected on a timeline.
What's the danger that you're a ruling party and then you have your own membership raising some of these issues that, it appears as if even officers within the political party are not in charge. Somewhere or some groups of people are there influencing your decisions.
We are in charge, because if we are not in charge, we will not get to this point. It's just that, like I said, when people are contesting for position and you are the organizers of that particular elections, the political party's registration is the third party that supervises and regulates the functions of parties. And over time, they've helped us to solve our issues in our party. So if they go there or they take complaints to the PPRC, it is but proper that we go and listen to their complaints and address their complaints. So once we got to a level where we need them to assist us in conducting deficits where our party officials conducted, but we are unable to arrive at any decisions, the PPRC comes in to help resolve that. And once that is done, we get the delegate list and then we set the structure proper. And then we take over again.
Yeah, according to political analysts, the cracks that actually showed up, during your lower level up to this regional, and it's responsible for some internal wrangling within the party. As a result, that some people feel dissatisfied, some people think that they were unfairly treated, and they want to actually, it's them against the status quo. Do you agree to that?
No, it has always been like this, even when we are in opposition. In fact, we've tried as best as possible to manage the process to get to this level. In critical elections of this nature, where people are fighting for positions, and you have to take a look at what is happening. We're in governance now. Some people might not have government job, but when opportunity comes for the party, they are in executive position. They've been the first point of contact.
Like you? Will you say you?
Well,
you are not serving in government.
I've served.
You have served once.
Yes, I've served for the period of 5 years.
So are you among those who are not satisfied currently?
Myself?
Yeah.
No, I'm very satisfied.
Okay, go ahead.
So, so you have people who have never even tasted government position, who've also worked for the party, who are there, but they crave for this national executive or executive positions. So whatever opportunity comes for the party, they are the focal people the party will actually have to face.
President Bill cannot appoint everyone. No,
certainly. So the very reason when opportunity comes, it's spread across. But when we are looking for opportunities within the party, everybody wants to show up to be in that executive position so that they be the decision makers. So in the process, amongst themselves, amongst even the general membership, everybody wants to show up. So now those who are also desiring to take position in the party take advantage of seeing who has strength, who has the local support base. They put them, they set a kind of cabal, put them on their side, pour the money to put them in position so that tomorrow they can influence their decisions. So for me, we've observed few things that are not right, but whatever happens, we have to manage the process until we're